Yo, what's up, guys? Alright, I'm setting up the stream. Give me 1 second. To the people that are already part of the live stream, what's up, Miles, Marco, Homebank, Mixies, Gavin? What is up, guys? Give me 1 second to finish setting up the stream settings, and we will get some gamma farming underway today. Alright, I think we're good, actually. I think we're good to go. Let me double check. Alright, Gleam farming stream underway. Yo. Alright. I'm gonna go to adventure mode. I'm going to make sure that I have a hunting team assembled. Make sure we have enough discs. So let me just make sure we are good to go today. Drop off these PvP Loomians. We got our Pure Nimble Dusket. We got our mount. We should grab that to check for secret abilities. This is smart, or no, that's nimble. Who is first? Miles Chin was first. Miles Chin was first. Alright, so is it raining anywhere? It's going to be raining on Route 3, so we'll be hunting around Route 3 at some point. Make sure we have enough discs to get started. We got 4 normal discs, 26 hypers. I think we're good to go. Alright, guys, anywhere you guys want to hunt? Yeah, Gavin, we can do that later. No problem. This guy has the right idea. Sub to Alex. That is right. Alright, so we are going to, I guess, go to Route 3. Someone earlier said they wanted to hunt there. I wish I could give boost tokens away. I would give all of my viewers some boost tokens. All right, here we go. Oh, I should reset my counters from yesterday's farming. Let me do that real fast. Encounter 0, alpha 0, gamma 0, roaming 0, corrupt 0, wave, event 0. Alright, now we are good to go, guys. Alright, here we go. We are officially gamma farming. We got gamma, gleam, boost running. We got roaming and corrupt boost running. We have all of our game passes. We are stocked up on discs. We are good to go, boys. We are good to go. Let me turn on my webcam so you guys can see my pretty smile. I know everybody's saying, where's Alex's pretty smile at? Here it is. Here it is. Here I am. Here I am, stream. How's it going, guys? Also, if you don't already know, that Gamma Gang Rainbow Wisp limited edition merch dropping soon, guys. Dropping soon. Doesn't that Gamma Gang merch look fire, bros? It looks so fire. I'm so excited. So hyped to wear it. So hyped to wear that Gamma Gang limited edition merch. It looks super sexy. You have to admit that. Yeah, Alex is here. I'm live. I'm on webcam. You guys can see my pretty smile. See my pretty smile. Yeah, I am right here, guys. We are gamma farming. To be honest, you look like Post Malone. You would not. I cannot believe you actually said that, because that is not the first time someone has said that to me. That's like the second or third time someone has said I look like Post Malone. I'm actually older than Post Malone, so Post Malone looks like me. Let's get that straight. I don't look like Post Malone. Post Malone looks like me. Okay, let's get that straight right off the bat. Yo, oh my god. Oh my god, we got a new sub, guys. We got a new sub to the channel, yo. Oh my god, we are becoming so famous. We are so famous. We got a new sub, yo. Oh my god, we're taking over the world. We are taking over the world, yo. Oh my god. Oh my god. Thanks for the sub, bro. Yeah, Alex is a cutie. That's what I hear. Yo! Let's go, yo! Shiny Geklo, yo! Let's go! Yeah, let's go! Shiny Geklo! Gleam gang, Gleam gang, Gleam gang, Gleam gang. Gleam gang, already, let's go! Encounter number 10. And we get our first shiny, boys. Let's go, yo. Go to sleep. Get inside of my disc, bro. Gleam gang, Gleam gang. Hey, what are you doing? Get back in there, bro. What are you doing? Get back inside that disc. Get back inside that disc, bro. We can't become best friends if you're not gonna stay inside your disc, bro. Yo, what are you doing, Geklo? You're gonna wake up, aren't you? Oh my god, he's gonna wake up. He's gonna cost me a round. Oh my goodness. Should I ace disc the Geklo? Yo, oh my goodness. Okay, I'm gonna hyper disc him. This guy is being a little difficult. I do not like his attitude. There we go. Yo, congrats on the Gleam Pyramid, bro. Congrats on your Gleam Pyramid catch, bro. Oh my god, thank you for the sub, bro. Oh my god, we are taking over the world. We are taking over the planet. We are on the road to 500 billion subs, guys. Please, please help us get to 500 billion subs by the end of the month. Thank you, guys. Thank you for that sub, my dude. Be sure to check out that limited edition Gamma Gang merch. It's going to be dropping next week sometime. Be on the lookout for it. That Gamma Gang merch is about to drop soon, guys. Limited edition Rainbow Wisp themed logo for the first 30 days. It's going to be fire. Fire, fire, fire. Congrats on the Gleam Pyramid, my dude. Would I like some free eaglets? Yeah, I will take an eaglet, bro. I will take an eaglet, my dude. What is up, Arminty? What is up, bro? Send me some eaglets, my dude. Send me some eaglets, bro. Arminty, Arminty, be sure to grab that Gamma Gang merch. It's about to drop soon, bro. Alright, I will join you, dude. Only because it's you, my dude. I will pause my gamma farming for Arminty. Let me just see. Le Arminty, I think that's how you spell it, right? Or not law. It's L-E. I'm so bad with French, bro. It says you're in adventure, bro. Yo, Arminty, it says you're in adventure mode. Okay, there you go. There you go. Alright, Arminty, I am in the trade resort, bro. Hang on, let me hook you up with something too. Let me hook you up with something too, bro. Oh my goodness. What do I give Arminty? What do I give Arminty? I gotta give him something with my OT on it as well. Oh my god, what do I give Arminty? Oh my god, I don't know what to give him. I don't know what to give Arminty, so I'm just giving him stuff. There you go, bro. Give those away to somebody. Alright, there you go, bro. Thank you, dude. Alright, I'm going back to gamma farming though, guys. Everybody, I'm sure you guys all know who Arminty is, but just in case you don't know who Arminty is, in case you've been living under a rock or something, Arminty is a fellow Loomian Legacy streamer, and if you guys haven't already, go over to Arminty's channel, like and subscribe, go through all of his videos, like all of his videos, subscribe, tell your friends about him, tell everybody you know about Arminty. He makes helpful videos, he streams, a lot of good content, so go and rush over and check out Arminty, guys. He is a good dude. And also, grab some Gamma Gang merch. It's coming soon. Alright, we are going back to farming, guys. Alright, hopefully we have some good luck. We got Arminty luck on our side now. Yeah, so if you're just now tuning into the live stream, what is going on? My name is Alex Poucher. This is Alex Poucher Gaming. We are currently gamma farming Route 3. It's about to rain here, so that's why we're here. We're going to be after that Gamma Hydrini, as well as Gamma Kleptike today. So yeah, if you want to come farm with me, I am on Route 3. My username is listed below in the video description. There's also a chat command IGN, so you can find my username, but it is Alex_Poucher. Pretty easy to find. Just come find me and let's do some hunting together. I hope we all get some really good stuff today. I have my fingers crossed for you. I hope you find some really good stuff. And yo, congrats on that Gleam Pyramid, bro. Congrats on catching that Gleam Pyramid, my dude. See, Miles Chin, you hunt with me and you have some good luck, my dude. Congrats, bro. You got a Gleam Pyramid while hunting with us today. That is awesome. I got a Gleam Pyramid, I think, last week or the week before. We were hunting on Route 4, and I got one. I don't have it anymore. I traded it. It was part of my Gamma Pharaoh trade. But it's all good. My webcam is not on right now because I am doing something that is not socially acceptable to do on a webcam. I need a couple minutes and I'll turn my webcam back on. Yo, Alex, remember the times that I said I'd be in and out, but I was studying? You missed your test by 2 points, bro. Damn, dude. Is the wrong counter counting? The wrong counter is counting. Whoever just said that, thank you for letting me know, dude. The roams should be 0. And counter. There we go. Alright, thank you. You got back-to-back gammas? Congrats, bro. Congrats, Gamma Gang, John Rocks, getting back-to-back gammas. That is awesome, my dude. Congratulations. Congratulations, my dude. Anyone hyped for the NBA All-Star game? I don't know, bro. When I was younger and I used to play basketball, I used to watch stuff like that, but I haven't played basketball in probably like 5 years, so I haven't really kept up with it. Yo, Mama's Boy 24/7. I see you chatting to me in game. What's up, bro? Alex, there's a dev in the server. Yeah, there are. I mean, the devs do play this game, so it wouldn't be surprising to run into one. Yeah, I'll turn my webcam back on. I just had it off for a second because I was doing something. Yeah, but I can turn it back on. Give me 1 second. Alright, there it is. We are back, guys. Alright, we are good to go. Webcam back on to make you guys happy. Alright, guys. I think YouTube always has some sort of delay. I know there's a less delay on Twitch, but I prefer YouTube over Twitch, honestly. Yeah, we are on the hunt. We are on the hunt right now for those gammas, bro. Every day. Every day. Gamma hunt every single day, bro. Twisting Cupid, remember me? I do remember you, bro. What is up, dude? Welcome to the stream, my dude. Grinding every day. Out here grinding every day. To the people asking how I can lean so far back but still play, that is because I'm playing with a PlayStation 5 controller, bro. I don't have to be right in front of my keyboard. I can actually be on the other side of my room and play this game. So, that is how we doing it, with a controller, bro. Giveaways are anytime I catch a gamma, bro. If I catch a gamma, it will trigger a Gleam giveaway. Anytime Alex catches a gamma, there is a Gleam giveaway. Also, guys, in case you have been living under a rock and you don't know what's going on, starting next week, limited edition Rainbow Wisp Gamma Gang logo merch arrives. There will be limited edition Rainbow Wisp Gamma Gang hoodies, coffee mugs, stickers. This logo, this design will be limited edition and will only run for 30 days. If you miss out on getting this Rainbow Wisp Gamma Gang merch, you will never be able to get it ever again. After the end of the 30 days, it will switch to a normal, regular logo. But the Rainbow Wisp Gamma Gang logo will be limited edition. What is the rarest? What is my rarest loom? The rarest loom I probably have right now, maybe Gamma Pharaoh Temper. Nimble Temper Gamma Pharaoh. That might be my rarest one right now. But I have had a lot of rare stuff in the past. But I traded it. I'm always trying to upgrade, bro. I'm always trying to upgrade, bro. Aren't we all? Aren't we all, though? Where are the gammas hiding at, boys? Where are all of the gammas at, yo? Are they taking a break today? Are they taking a break today? There is a Valentine's fan cub. Let's run. I doubt it's adorable. It does not look adorable, so we will run. We are scared of the V cubs. We gotta run. You might cop some of that merch. Don't that merch look fire, bro? I mean, seriously, look at that hoodie. That hoodie looks super fire. Like, I would legit wear that in public. That looks so fire. Not even gonna lie. And those stickers that you can put everywhere. You can put them on stop signs. You can put them on windows. You can put them on everything, bro. It's a sticker. They stick to everything. Yo, back-to-back fan cubs. And you guys know I cannot play this without my coffee. And this Gamma Gang coffee mug is going to be so dope. So we just had a back-to-back V-Cup followed by a Pure Mind. We had a V-Cup, and now a Pure Mind. The odds of that happening are like 1 in a million. The stickers will be given away for free. I have like 5,000 stickers that I will be giving away for free. As well as I'll be giving away like 5 Gamma Gang hoodies. I'll be giving away like 2 or 3 coffee cups. I'll be giving away like 10 Gamma Gang mouse pads. So you can get your free Gamma Gang merch. There will be a Gamma Gang merch giveaway stream next week sometime. And if you are tuned in and watching that live stream, there's about a 90% chance you will walk away with some free Gamma Gang merch. The only thing is that you have to take a picture wearing it and send it to me. Send me a picture of you wearing the Gamma Gang merch is the only requirement. But don't that merch look super sexy? Not even gonna lie. It looks super sexy, yo. Yo, where are these gammas at, bros? Where are the gammas at? We need some gammas today. I don't know. I think they're sleeping. I think the gammas are sleeping right now. Does anybody want to trade for my health amulet? I'm good, bro. I have enough. I have a few of them. I have more than I need. But you can ask that on my Discord server. We have a trade channel in our Discord server. If you want to ask in there, I'm sure somebody will say yeah. Hey, what is up, bro? Yep, we are gamma farming. This is the first day we've actually gamma farmed outside of the sweet retreat since the update dropped. I just had to get out of the sweet retreat. I've been in there too long. I needed a change. I needed to look at something else. Yo, guys. Do you guys often get tired of wearing the same thing over and over? Do you guys get tired of wearing the same clothes over and over? Do you get tired of using the same mouse pad that you have used for the last year or longer? Do you guys get tired of drinking out of the same cups every single day? Well, if that sounds like you, Your life could be drastically improved with some Gamma Gang limited edition merch. Are you tired of wearing the same shirt every day or drinking out of the same coffee cup? Then you need some Gamma Gang merch in your life, and it's going to be dropping soon. Stop wearing the same clothes every day and cop some Gamma Gang stuff. This video is sponsored by Gamma Gang merch and NordVPN. The merch might actually increase your RNG. I still have to run some tests. I won't know until I get some Gamma Gang merch in, but then I'll start running some tests. But I'm pretty sure it will increase your RNG. I'm pretty sure Gamma Gang merch will increase your RNG by like at least 20%. Alex, do you remember Christmas Sceptile from Pokemon Brick Bronze? Not right offhand. I mean, I played Pokemon Brick Bronze every single day it was out, so, I mean, I'm sure I had one, but I don't remember it right offhand. Yeah, that Gamma Gang merch, it looks fire, bro. Limited edition Rainbow Wisp Gamma Gang merch. Yo! Alpha Gang, yo, Gleam Gang, here is a Gleam Babor. Gleam Gang. Not quite Gamma Gang, but hey. Gleam Gang. Let's go, yo. Let's go, bro. Let's go. Go to sleep. Go to sleep. We got ourselves a Gleam Babor, yo. Let's go. We need the Gamma, though. We need some Gamma Roams. Where are the Gamma Roams at, yo? Where are the Gamma Roams hiding at? I think the alpha counter should be on 2 because we got a Gleam Babor and a Gleam Geklo. Take the multiverse route? Yeah, multiverse route would be a good route. But I'm sure the story is fully written. Where are they at? Where are the gammas at, yo? Where are they at? Where are the gammas? Where are the gammas at, yo? Yo, where are these gammas at, yo? Yo, what's up, Ecto Zecto? Alex, I like your smile. Thanks, dude. I like your smile, bro. I'm sure you got a pretty smile, too. I like yours. There was 3 devs and 3 YouTubers in the server. Yeah, bro. Yeah, devs play this game. I mean, devs play the game that they work on. So, I mean, it's not unusual to see a dev in the game, bro. Hey, maybe they're even watching our stream right now. I think you guys would be amazed to know some of the people that watch. You just got done with your homework so you can watch the stream? Right on, bro. I hope you, if you want to become part of the stream, then come farm with me, bro. And hopefully we catch some good gammas together. Hey, what's up, Dark? What's up, Capitals? What's up, Tamashi? What is up, Ecto Zacto Home Bank? What is up, guys? I love my YouTube chat. And you know what my YouTube chat loves? My YouTube chat loves Fire Gamma Gang merch that's about to drop soon. Yo, what's up, Nap? What is up, bro? Welcome to the stream, bro. There's no electricity in your neighborhood. That sucks, bro. How are you playing a game right now? How are you watching the stream without electricity, bro? Yo, where are the gammas at, bros? It's been like almost an hour and no gamma? No gammas in like an hour, bro? Yo, give me these gammas, yo. Give me the gammas, yo. Like, I'm being serious, RNG. Just stop it. Stop it right now and give me the gammas. Give me the gammas, bro. It's been long enough without a gamma. Let's get one. Let's get a gamma, yo. Yo, it wouldn't be a stream without a gamma, yo. I think we have caught a gamma every day for like the last 46 days in a row or something like that. We are on a good streak. Let's not end it now. So we have used, we had 50 minutes of roaming and corrupt boost, and we did not get one roaming or one corrupt. Talk about 5 boost tokens wasted, yo. Wasted. Alex, can we trade? Yes, we can trade, but after we are done gamma farming, bro. We need to catch a gamma, bro. We need to catch at least one gamma, bro. I have caught a Gleam roam. I've caught Gleam Dusket, and I know Pyramind isn't technically a roam, but I have caught a Gleam Pyramind. I've caught Gleam Pyramind, Gleam Dusket. I think that's all of the Gleam roams I've caught. Hey, thank you, JG. I hope we catch one also. Yo, where are they hiding at, bro? Yo, what do we got? Yo, Corrupt Kleptyke looks super dope, yo. Corrupt Kleptyke. Look how dope that looks. I'm gonna take a screenshot. Hang on, I need a good screenshot. There we go. I'll turn that into a t-shirt. Yo, that thing looks sick. Let's get it. Well, I just said it was a waste that we didn't get one corrupt or one roaming, and then we get that. So I guess the RNG gods hurt us. And they're like, we can't let Alex be unhappy. All patches of grass are the same. They're all the same, bro. Yo, what do we got? An Ikazoon. Why couldn't you have been Gleaming, bro? Or Gamma? I hate this. Alright, let's check it for a secret ability. If it doesn't have a secret ability, we're just gonna run. We're just gonna run unless it has an SA. No SA, we don't want you. We only want SA Ikazoon. We only want SA Ikazoon. Raging Fire. We do not want it. Goodbye, Ikazoon. We do not want you, bro. If you don't have an SA, you're some trash. And we do not catch trash on this channel. This channel does not deal in trash, yo. This channel is for the high-end stuff. That expensive stuff. Let's go, yo. Yeah, me and my Roblox character both smile all the time. Yeah, thank you for noticing my pretty smile. See? So guys, if you're having trouble in the game, if you're unable to like catch the Loomians that you want to catch, if you're just not getting that many rare encounters, there's an easy solution to this. The solution is Gamma Gang merch. If you are wearing a Gamma Gang hoodie while playing Loomian Legacy, you are 95% more likely to encounter rare Loomians. It's a fact. The Gamma Gang merch increases your RNG by 95%. It's known. It is known. It is known. It is known, bros. It is known. Yo, it is now raining in Gale Forest, bros. It's raining in Gale Forest. We got 9 minutes left to boost. I'm gonna hop over there and maybe we get a Gamma Hydrini. The chances of a Gamma Hydrini are like 1 in 40,000. So it will require a lot of luck. But we can do it, gang. We can do it, gang. Gamma gang, yo. Gamma gang. Yo, it's another V-Cub. It's super scary, so we're gonna run from it. What if you don't catch a Gamma? Do not speak those words, bro. We will catch a Gamma, bro. We will catch one. It must be done. Where are the Gammas hiding at? Alright, later, JG, dude. Thanks for stopping by, bro. See you later, my dude. Yeah, I can turn it back on. I had it off because I was doing something. There we go. There you go. There I am. There I am. There I am. Well, hi, Jack Dog. What you doing, bud? You want to say hi to the internet? Come here. Come here. Come here. There, my good boy. There, my good boy. Aw. Shh, it's okay. I am pretty sure everybody talks with their mouth open, bro. It would be kind of hard not to talk with your mouth closed, bro. Yo, where are the gammas at, yo? Where are these gammas at, bros? Where are they at, yo? Where are the gammas hiding at? Alright, are we out of boost? Are we out of boost? We got 1 minute left. So, we will... Oh, we need to buy some more boost tokens, bros. We're all out of boost tokens, bros. What's the best value? Oh, 50 boost tokens for 800 Robux? That's the best value. We should definitely get it because it's the best value. Sweet. We got the best value. We love a good value. Yeah. Good value. Let's go. 50 more tokens. Let's get some gammos, boys. Alex looks like the dad that plays games with their kids. Hey, it's sort of a true statement. Yo, where are these gammas at, bros? I need some more coffee. I'll be right back. I need some more coffee, bros. I'll be right back. Let me put the BRB image up on the screen so you guys know I'll be right back. There you go. Dusket is now saying, be right back. I'll be right back, bros. We need some more coffee. Jack, calm down. Calm down, buddy. Daddy got a treat. Daddy got a treat. Here you go. There you go, bud. There you go. Enjoy your treat, bro. Enjoy your treat. Alright. We are back. We are back, boys. Okay. Make sure I'm all ready to go. We got some fresh coffee and it's super hot. Super hot. Oh, it's too hot. It's too hot to drink. I'm burning my mouth. I'm burning my mouth. I'm burning my mouth. I am back, so take that off there. And we will start grinding some more. Here we go. Here we go. People are always asking me, what is the best way to grind? Like, what can I do to have better luck? What can I do to have better RNG? What can I do to increase my character's GR value? What can I do just to get good at this game? And it's a simple answer. The answer is Gamma Gang limited edition merch. That is the answer, guys. If you want to increase your odds at rare Loomians, if you want to get good, Gamma Gang limited edition merch is the easiest way to do so. The easiest and fastest thing that one person can do to increase your odds are not game passes or not boost tokens. It's Gamma Gear merch. That is the one thing you can do as a player to increase your RNG odds by over 1,000,000%. If you want better RNG, if you want RNG of the gods, if you want to increase your RNG by 1,000% or 1,000,000%, wearing Gamma Gang merch while farming is the best thing one can do. Yo, route rare, Gleam, yo. Yo, route rare, Gleam. Route rare, Gleam gang, Gleam gang, Gleam gang. Gleam gang RR. Gleam gang RR, Gleam gang RR. Gleam gang RR. Gleam gang RR, yo. Let's go. Route rare. Alpha Gleam. Piter. Let's go, yo. Yo, poison, bro. Route rare. Gleam gang. Gleam gang, yo. Route rare. Let's go, yo. Let's go, bros. Let's go, bros. Let's check these gleams out that we've gotten so far. We got 3 of them. This is the first gleam we got. Brawny Gleam. Brawny Gleam. This one is a Nimble Gleam. And this one is a Nimble Gleam. A Nimble Gleam. Alright. Alex, why did you become a YouTuber in the first place? Because why not, bro? I am currently not working because of the pandemic, and I love to play video games, so why not do what I love and let everybody watch doing what I love? It kind of makes sense. What do you think? Are you mad that I became a YouTuber, bro? Are you mad that I'm a YouTuber, bro? I'm just doing what I love. Don't hate on me. I love playing video games, and I like when people watch me play video games. So, I don't know, bro. The Piter trifecta again, it would be nice. I would catch a normal Piter and an ace disc again, just for the lulz. I've done that before. I started Loomian Legacy last February, so about a year ago. But I'm a long-time Pokemon Brick Bronze player. I played Pokemon Brick Bronze since the very first day it came out, and then I started Loomian Legacy about a year ago. You want to hunt so badly, then come hunt with me, bro. Come hunt with me, dude. We are Gale Forest hunting gammas, Gamma Hydrini primarily right now. Oh yeah, you have no electricity. Well, you could farm, you can hunt on your mobile device, but that would probably waste a lot of battery, and you should probably conserve your battery if you have no electricity. You never know when you might need to make an emergency phone call. So, where are the gammas at, yo? Where are the gammas at, bros? Bros, where are the gammas at, yo? Yo, where are they hiding at, yo? Where are the gammas hiding? Fixed that real fast. What up, guys? I'm back. Yeah, we are still hunting gammas, bro. Alex, if you were a dev in Loomian Legacy, what would you do? Probably whatever I was assigned to do. If it were to make models for new Loomians, I would do that. If it was to do some coding for a new part of the game or a new feature, I would do that. If it was art, I would do that. People that know me know I have a very long game development background. And I'm actually working on my own video game for a Steam release, early access onto Steam at the end of the year. Yo, what is up, Dusty? Welcome to the stream, bro. You got 3 cakes. Yo, what is up, Jarek Lamb? What is up, bro? What is up, my dude? Can I get some of your gleams, bro? Why do you want my gleams, bro? Is this a shakedown? The 10,000 gamble. Lost 10,000 Lumi coins. Oh my god. Better luck next time. I like turtles. So if you are just now tuning into my stream and you're wondering, how can I have better RNG? I am tired of drinking out of the same glass every day. I hate the shirt I'm wearing today. Well, all of these can be fixed by grabbing some limited edition Gamma Gang Rainbow Wisp limited edition merch. And it's coming next week, boys. This Gamma Gang limited edition Rainbow Wisp merch is fire. And it's coming next week, yo, next week. I will be giving away 5 Gamma Gang hoodies. I will be giving away 3 Gamma Gang t-shirts, 10 Gamma Gang mouse pads. I will be giving away 3 Gamma Gang coffee cups. If you want to copy your free Gamma Gang limited edition Rainbow Wisp logo merch, be sure to tune in next week. It's hard without boosts, but it's 95% easier with a Gamma Gang hoodie on. I Like Turtle says, yo Alex, my sticker is getting old. Is there any stickers that I recommend? Well, of course. I recommend limited edition Gamma Gang stickers. And they're coming next week. And I have like 5,000 of them to give away for free. For free! You can stick them anywhere. You could stick a Gamma Gang sticker on another Gamma Gang sticker. You could sticker the sticker if you so choose to do so. You can stick them anywhere. You can stick them all over school lockers. You could just walk down the hallway and put Gamma Gang stickers on every single person's locker. Every locker could be branded with a Gamma Gang sticker. Yo, later, Gavin. Yo, what's up, Zart? What is up, dude? Welcome to the live stream, bro. welcome to the stream. We are on a gamma hunt. We are after the ever-elusive gamma. The ever-elusive gamma is hiding from us right now, and we must find one. We must find the gamma gang gammas. Where are they hiding at, bros? Gamma Hydrini, let's go. Gamma Hydrini, where are you hiding at, bro? Alex, my mug is broken. Where can I get another mug? It's really funny that you ask that question, because if you have a broken mug, the best thing to do is to get a limited edition Gamma Gang Rainbow Wisp coffee mug. It makes for a great replacement to any broken mug. Also, this mug does not break. The Gamma Gang coffee mug cannot be broken. It is made out of the strongest materials in the universe, known to mankind, known to everybody. It's an unbreakable mug. And whatever drink you put in it will never become not hot or cold. So if you put hot coffee in your Gamma Gang mug, your coffee will forever be hot. Even a year later, your coffee will still be hot. If you put in a cold drink, like, I don't know, lemonade, if you put in some cold lemonade into your mug, it'll still be cold a year later. I can't get into details about the technology behind the Gamma Gang merch, but it's very awesome technology. Yo! What do we got there? Is that a Gamma? Alpha Gleam Catthorn. Gleam Gang. Not quite Gamma Gang, but hey. It's Gleam Gang. Gleam Gang, yo. Gleam Gang, yo. That's our 4th alpha. That is our 4th alpha. Put him to sleep. He fell asleep. Now we will catch him. Now we shall catch the shiny Catthorn. We have caught 4 Alpha Gleams. And, oh, I guess that is wrong. We did not catch 2 roamings. We caught 4 Alpha Gleams. Big sad. Where are the Gammas? Where are the Gammas at, bros? Where are the Gammas at? Yo, I Like Turtles has broken down in their car and they're stranded in the middle of nowhere and they are really, really cold. What can I do to get rid of the coldness I'm feeling right now? Well, it's funny that you ask that because there's only one real thing you can do, and that's by copping some limited edition Gamma Gang Rainbow Wisp hoodies. These hoodies will keep you ultra warm when you get stranded in the middle of nowhere. Be sure to copy your free Gamma Gang Rainbow Wisp hoodies, guys, starting next week. Yo, where are the Gammas at, bros? So I just read a DM that I got on Discord. Someone just sent me a friend request and they want to do a video collab with me and feature the video on their YouTube channel. I don't know if I'm allowed to say who it is that sent me this message. But I think I'm going to agree. So get ready for a pretty awesome YouTube creator, Loomian Legacy streamer collab coming soon. And I think you guys are going to like it. Yes, it is, capitals. Yes, it is. A lot more. Gamma Gang is taking over Loomian Legacy, guys. It's a movement. It's a movement. If you are here right now, you're one of the original members of Gamma Gang. It's about to blow up, yo. It's about to blow up, yo. Go ahead and come join me, bro. I am in Gale Forest. My username is Alex_Poucher. I am farming gammas in the rain, hunting for gamma hydrini. Come join me. The more, the merrier, bro. Wait, you're telling me there are other Loomian Legacy content creators? I thought I was the only one. Oh my god, mind blown. I'm not the only one? Our Minty is telling people to scream Gamma Gang? As he should. Icy Fear. We rated Icy a couple days ago. We'll raid somebody else today. I'm gonna let this boost run out and see what happens. Yeah, Icy rated me. Yeah, that's for sure. And I rated Icy in return. We got 25 minutes to catch a gamma. 25 minutes. Later, home bank. Later, bro. Thanks for stopping by for a couple minutes, dude. there, my good Jack Dog. What are you doing? What you doing? You need to go outside and go potty? You gotta go potty? Yeah. Back. Sorry about that. I had to let my dog outside, but I'm back now. Where are the gammas hiding at? Where are they? Yo, would anybody be opposed to me putting on, like, some sort of gaming documentary or gaming retrospective or something like that? I've got to watch something while I'm hunting. I will pause it whenever we catch a gamma, though. I need something in my life besides this game right now. I wonder if I could set it up where you guys could also watch it with me somehow. Hang on. I'm going to try something. I'm going to try something. I will be right back. I'm just going to go to the trade resort so my boost time isn't wasting, but I'm going to set something up first. Give me 1 second, bros. Documentary. We'll call this element a documentary. Or no, that is not what we want to do. This is what we want to do. Display capture. We'll call this. Actually, we don't want to do that, do we? Give me 1 second, guys.
To sum up, Before collecting Gil ever became a problem, a little-known Japanese game company named Square was having financial troubles of its own. In 1987, they began facing off against another worldly evil known as bankruptcy. After only a few years of development by itself, and under the Disc Original Group collaboration, Square's bottom line was rocked by a string of unsuccessful titles, including The Death Trap, Cruise Chaser Blasty, Alpha, King's Knight, and an alien side-scrolling shooter. Even North American hits like Rad Racer and 3D World Runner were barely enough to keep the company afloat. With the resources for one last effort, Square's Director of Planning and Development, Hironobu Sakaguchi, was given the terrifying task of making a game that could save Square's dwindling future in the industry. When asked what type of game he would like to make, he replied, "I don't think I have what it takes to make a good action game. I think I'm better at telling a story." Taking cues from other RPGs on the market, from Japanese contemporaries like Dragon Quest and The Legend of Zelda, to stateside influences like Ultima, Sakaguchi dreamt up a video game with an immense world map to explore and an engaging tale to tell. Convinced the Famicom RPG would be his swan song, he ironically named it Final Fantasy. Final Fantasy was released for the Famicom on December 18, 1987, just 2 days before Sega's Phantasy Star. It was directed by Sakaguchi himself, with character designs by rising manga artist Yoshitaka Amano, and music by Nobuo Uematsu, a veteran video game composer who lent to the project his 16th video game score. It told the story of the 4 warriors of light, bearers of ancient elemental artifacts, and heroes destined to save the land from a growing plague. Despite crystals eventually becoming the central theme of the sprite-based Final Fantasies, the original quest involved retrieving 4 orbs. The only crystal mentioned in the English version was the wizard Matoya's missing eye. The plot sent the 4 light warriors to hunt down the 4 fiends, demons responsible for plunging the world into darkness. This led them to Lich in the Cavern of Earth, Keri in the Gurgu Volcano, Kraken in the Sea Shrine, and Tiamat, high above the Mirage Tower in the Floating Sky Castle. But defeating these enemies only revealed a greater threat. They had collectively created the demon Chaos out of the corpse of Garland, the first boss you faced, and sent it back in time. After your team rewound the clock to face him, you learn that Chaos was the one responsible for sending the 4 fiends into the future, creating a cataclysmic and confusing paradox. Once Chaos was crushed, the world righted itself, and the heroes returned home. The story was epic for its time, but far from the gripping, dramatized narratives the series would eventually become known for. Instead, the focus was more on creating a deep, fulfilling, and highly customizable RPG gaming experience. You could name your characters, but with only 4 spaces available, you were essentially playing out one of 6 different archetypes: White Mage, Black Mage, Red Mage, Thief, Fighter, which later became Warrior, and Black Belt.
How do you join me? My username is Alex_Poucher. It's in the video description, and there's a chat command IGN.
Max level of 50. After a trip through the Castle of Ordeals and a visit to the Dragon King Bahamut, players could graduate.
There will be a giveaway after I catch a Gamma.
Wizard, Black Wizard, Red Wizard, Ninja, Knight, and Master. These optional class upgrades were a first for the genre and allowed the use of advanced spells and items. The majority of Dragon Quest and Ultima encounters were one-on-one, but in Final Fantasy, you could unexpectedly face off against up to 9 varied enemy types. These encounters were random, whether you accidentally stumbled across a band of wily imps or intentionally stepped forth to retrieve a sacred treasure. Most RPGs displayed their combat engine in first person, but Final Fantasy was the first game to show the heroes on the right side of the screen opposite their opponents on the left.
Jack, lay down.
That way you could visibly see who is attacking who on both sides. Primitive as they may appear now, Final Fantasy's battle animations were some of the most advanced graphical effects.
Am I going to trade a scepter after I catch a Gamma? I don't know. I don't need a scepter.
There were 8 levels of either black or white magic to learn, with 4 spells available within.
You're probably better off finding a scepter from somebody in the trade resort.
Carefully. In an awkward time before mana or magic points, spells could only be cast if they had charges available. There were no ethers or elixirs, and only houses and inns restored charges. To see the world, players had to traverse an overworld map of 3 large continents, stopping to explore a multi-level dungeon, castle, cave, or rest at a friendly town's inn and shop at its stores. The planet-wide expedition became easier to manage once your party came in control of a boat, a canoe, and eventually an airship. The flying machine granted you complete access to the map without random enemy encounters. provided you could find suitable terrain to land on. The canoe and boat were both open to surprise attacks, but holding A and pressing B several times while out in the open sea started a 15-block minigame that rewarded you with a little extra cash. Final Fantasy had an extensive musical score for its day, with almost 20 different tracks playing out over the course of the game. Several of these would go on to become mainstays in the series, including the title screen arpeggio, the victory fanfare at the end of each battle, and the opening theme, which would evolve into an anthem for the entire franchise. Final Fantasy was not an easy game. You could only save in inns or by using houses, and doing so didn't remove status effects like poison. Fallen allies could only be revived with the White Mage life spell, or by using heart-shaped clinics, which were cross-shaped churches in the Japanese version. Enemies didn't drop items, and some of the later spells became insanely expensive. And then there were ineffective attacks, meaning if one of your party members killed an enemy before the others got a chance to take a shot at him, their moves, or even their magical charges, would be wasted. The monsters would also jump from being a walk in the park to a virtually impossible deathmatch at a moment's notice, and Square would tweak each upcoming sequel in an attempt to balance the overall difficulty level. Fans were willing to put up with the punishment though, because Final Fantasy became one of the most popular RPGs of the 80s, and one of the most successful titles on the Famicom and Nintendo Entertainment System. It planted a seed that flourished into a lucrative series, one that as of last year had sold more than 68 million units worldwide. Final Fantasy has been repurposed for other consoles at least 7 times, more than any other role-playing game. These include the American port in 1990 and upgrades for the MSX, WonderSwan Color, PlayStation 1, Game Boy Advance, mobile phones in Japan, and last month, the PlayStation Portable, giving credence to Sakaguchi's crew that their fantasy was anything but final.
Yo, where are the Gammas hiding, bro?
Join us next Sunday for the second chapter in our 13-part Final Fantasy retrospective. In Part 2, we'll begin our journey down an unbelievably long list of RPG titles, starting with the 2 immediate sequels that wouldn't cross the Pacific until after the end of the century. One initiated a controversial leveling system, and the other, you probably just played on the DS.
Yeah, so when I get really bored, and it's taking a long time to catch a Gamma, I like watch a movie or, a documentary or a retrospective, something that has to do with gaming. Just because I cannot sit here and just stare at my screen for hours on end without some sort of other stimulant. I can't just sit here and stare at this game for hours. I have to watch something to keep my mind occupied. ADD, bro.
The growing popularity of the first Final Fantasy helped the originally unscheduled second installment arrive on Japanese store shelves 364 days later. Since Final Fantasy I was never intended to be a smash hit, its story didn't lend itself to a sequel. Because of this, Square felt the freedom to take numerous aspects of the first game in a completely new direction.
And hey, maybe you will learn something.
Final Fantasy II was released in Japan on December 17, 1988. Sakaguchi, Amano, and Uematsu were back on board for the sequel, as well as several members from the original development team. The story began with 4 youngsters fleeing the forces of the Emperor of Palamecia, who had attacked their hometown of Fynn and killed their parents. While there was no prophecy that said they were destined
Do you
to
guys
destroy
like Final
evil and save
Fantasy?
the world, the heroes
Have you guys
eventually
ever played a
became
Final
humble
Fantasy
warrior,
game?
a cautious mage, a simple-minded monk, and a morally conflicted Dark Knight.
I've been
But
playing
unlike
Final Fantasy since I was like
there was
4
no
years
opportunity
old.
to upgrade these classes. For the first time, they were ingrained into their characters. They also didn't level up like their predecessors. Instead, the individual attributes of each character leveled up, including hit points, magic power, stamina, strength, spirit, agility, intelligence, and evasion. These categories would grow stronger the more they were used or needed, and the same was true for weapons.
Alright, later, Capitals, bro.
Focusing on a character's melee
I hope
or
you caught some
magical
good stuff today,
would
my
cause
dude.
the opposite to be adversely affected, forcing players to choose one or the other.
I hope
This
you
new
caught
system
some
was
good
designed
stuff,
to create
bro.
a more realistic progression
Good
formula
night.
based on cause and effect, and give the player
Thanks for
more
stopping
control
by, bro.
over what piece of armor, type of weapon, or brand of magic they wanted to increase in power. However, it opened up several opportunities to cheat the system and build up your characters much faster than intended. When you canceled the command you previously assigned to one of your battling sprites, the performance enhancement would still be registered. And just because you got more hit points for getting hit by the enemy, that didn't mean that your own party members couldn't fulfill that role as well. Careful and patient players could level up their party significantly in just one battle, by attacking one another or reissuing multiple commands.
Yo, another V-Cub. But it's not
The walls that
adorable.
blocked your party
I
from
don't
the
think.
on-screen
No, it's
enemies
not.
came crumbling down to create a wide-open combat window with all the necessary information at the bottom. This housed current and max HP, which could now be raised well over 999 points. Final Fantasy II also fashioned a new style of questing and story progression, which involved memorizing key terms from NPC dialogues that would be brought up in later conversations. It was a process that involved lots of unpredictable inspection and time-consuming bouts of trial and error going through the conversation trees. Mechanical and heavily scripted as it may have been, this new way of playing introduced a higher degree of hands-on
SA
interactivity
Shawchi
that
for
allowed players to be
PvP
socially
is
immersed in the
OP,
game's
bro.
world.
That's a good Loomian to want for PvP. It's a good one.
The fresh but
And
flawed
plus, with
experience
all the
method
new
and
moves they can
question-answer
learn
plot
now.
progression were just two of many additions to the sequel. While these didn't return in later games, the following developments became standards within the franchise. Final Fantasy II was the first time you could fight with less than 4 members in your party, and have characters come and go throughout the story, including the White Wizard Minwu, the passive General Gordon, the family man/pugilist Joseph, the spunky pirate Leela, and the wyvern-wielding Ricard, the Last Dragoon. Boat and airship rides began on a predetermined path, until you were able to control each craft by yourself, and you were no longer required to dock boats at harbors to reach the mainland. Added to the fleet in the second game was the Snowmobile, a 3-wheeled sailing vessel that allowed you to cross an epic mass of ice. If they were lucky enough, players could stumble upon a stable hidden in a forest, housing a familiar Final Fantasy staple, the Chocobo. It was Final Fantasy II that introduced the world to these beaked companions that helped players cross the continent faster with 0 enemy encounters. And you couldn't get in an airship in 2 until you met Cid for the first time. Players would bump into this pilot/scientist/engineer/explorer many times in the years to come, as his namesake continued throughout the main series and beyond. Cid taxied you around the map and eventually gave you his pride and joy to use at your leisure. Final Fantasy II's story was much more involved than the tale that was told before it. The characters had preset relationships, and several heroes passed on or blinked away, sacrificing themselves for the greater good. In total, 6 good guys died before the story was over. The plot strangely mirrored that of Star Wars Episode IV, involving young heroes joining a rebellion. The Empire imposed its will using a giant metal ship, with a distraught princess tucked inside. Final Fantasy II almost made its way to the States in 1990 under the subtitle Dark Shadow over Palakia, but it was cancelled due to development time and the release of the Super Nintendo. US audiences would have to wait until 2003 to play Final Fantasy II when it was reinvented, along with its predecessor, for consoles, handhelds, and mobile phones around the world. Final Fantasy II was the first sequel in the industry not to feature any characters or locations from the game that preceded it. It turned the unexpected RPG series into a bona fide franchise.
Yo, these
and left
gammas
Japanese
are like
gamers
hiding
waiting for
or
16
something
months
today.
to play the next sequel. American gamers didn't get to
We
play it
are
until
almost
last year.
at the 2-hour mark of boosting and not one gamma.
Final Fantasy III was released in Japan on April 27, 1990, and was once again forged by the team that created the series. It began with an earthquake opening up a hidden cavern entrance on a floating island near the village of Ur. 4 orphaned youngsters disguised as Onion Knights left their guardian in search of the Altar Cave. Within it, they discovered the Wind Crystal. The crystal bestowed upon them jobs, a Final Fantasy tradition. Instead of choosing one class or having the story do it for you, FF3 let you switch between multiple professions, including newcomers Archer, Scholar, Geomancer, Viking, Magic Knight, Bard, and Sage. All carried specific weapons and armor, and more were unlocked when each new crystal was found. Each job had its own special skill, and Final Fantasy III opened up a new space in your battle menu to include it. This gave thieves the ability to steal, and dragoons the opportunity to jump. But no matter the job, they all leveled up the same way, as the experience point system returned from the first game. 2 of the more significant new jobs were Conjurer and Summoner. Both of them were able to bring forth magical beings for the first time in the series. These summons, like Odin, Ramu, Shiva, Ifrit, Titan, and Leviathan, could be purchased in stores or obtained by defeating the powerful creatures themselves. They played no role in the actual storyline, but their additional firepower was definitely welcome. Just as the second chapter introduced chocobos, the third forced you to meet Moogles, cute, fuzzy little bat-winged bear monsters that guarded the reclusive wizard Doga. The Moogle would become a series staple, selling you magic, fighting alongside your party, and keeping your online house in order. To lighten up the early game's inventory limitations, 3 fed their bird runners a little too much grain and produced fat chocobos, plump creatures that could swallow items and transport heavy loads across the map. A submarine and several new types of airships were introduced in 3, including the Nautilus, Enterprise, and the Invincible, a warship that could be explored like a castle, complete with shops and private quarters. Sid helped you tour the skies once again, and even followed your party around for a while once you freed him from the ghost town of Kazas. The forgetful warrior Desh hitched up with your crew after he gave you mini-magic, the ability to shrink your entire party and enter several mouse-sized areas. The story placed the 4 orphaned heroes in an eternal struggle between the forces of light and darkness. When one was disrupted, the other would call on 4 warriors to reset the fragile equilibrium. Ages ago, foolish mortals attempted to absorb the power of light, calling forth dark warriors to fight back. The Gulgans, a circle of blind prophets, predicted that one day the reverse would occur, and these light warriors would hopefully restore the balance for good. These events came to pass thanks to a spiteful mage named Zand, a pupil of the wizard Noah, and a sentient being called the Cloud of Darkness, a hive mind of evil that aimed to tip the world off kilter while an unstoppable void consumed it. Final Fantasy III was unfortunately shadowed by the release of 6 in America 4 years later. The 6th installment was renamed 3 as it was the 3rd Final Fantasy released in the US. This almost erased all knowledge in the States of the 3rd Famicom game, and meant we wouldn't get our hands on it until it was ported to the Nintendo DS 16 years later. The 3rd Final Fantasy was a huge adventure, definitely the biggest RPG Square had made so far. It brought the most successful elements of the first 2 games together, and helped build a growing curiosity as the series would soon have to move ahead a generation. But before it made the jump, it met another proud landmark in its 20-year history. On July 12, 1990, 2 months after Final Fantasy III came out in Japan, the original Fantasy was released on the Nintendo Entertainment System in America, and a legion of English-speaking gamers boarded an airship ride into the future of role-playing. Join us next week for the 3rd installment in our 13-part Final Fantasy retrospective. In Part 3, we'll continue on to the next 2 games in the series that premiered the active time battle system and ability points, and began an unforgettable 16-bit trilogy on the Super Famicom. The Mega Drive was released in Japan on October 29, 1988. This was 2 months before Final Fantasy II was released in Japan, and 2 years before most Americans would know the series even existed. 16-bit adventures for Sega's new system.
Yo, people are texting me right now about my merch.
Made NES owners think
people
about
are legit texting me, asking when the merch is coming. They're texting my personal cell phone.
The Super Famicom didn't arrive in Japan until November 11,
about the
1990.
merch. And my
it handled thousands of colors,
my
dozens
Game
of
Pass
sprites on
has run
screen,
out.
and 8 channels of sampled sound in full stereo. Backgrounds came to
I mean,
life
not my
thanks to
Game
Mode
Pass,
7,
my
which allowed layers to be scaled and rotated. It also supported 4 megabyte storage units, so anyone inclined to make a role-playing game with this technology could potentially squeeze 40 to 50 hours of gameplay into one plastic cartridge. The super versions of the NES and Famicom hit the market running.
Yo, where are the
fan base
Gammas
and solid
hiding at,
relationships with
bros?
third-party developers,
I
including
cannot
Square.
believe we
A
have
fourth
not caught a
fantasy
Gamma yet
was
today.
inevitable. Final Fantasy IV was released in Japan on July 19, 1991. For the first time, it also came out in America the same year. It was renamed Final Fantasy II in the States, and with most US gamers absent-mindedly skipping over 2 entries in the franchise, it was considered a phenomenal leap forward. 4 was once again directed by Sakaguchi, designed by Amano, and composed by Uematsu. Final Fantasy IV had a unique protagonist, straying from the series' tendency to place massive burdens on heroes with little to no combat experience. 4's heavily conflicted leading man was Cecil, a Dark Knight of the Kingdom of Baron and commander of the monarchy's airship fleet called the Red Wings. After questioning the king's request to attack innocent people in the search of 4 crystals, Cecil was stripped of his rank and forced to reevaluate his ambitions. He was aided on his path of redemption by his dragoon companion Kain, his white mage lover Rosa, the lost summoner Rydia, and many others. Final Fantasy IV removed the interchangeable job system from the previous game to focus on the characters. Similar
Not
to
a
plot-driven
single
party swapping
Gamma,
in 2.
sad.
Jobs were already assigned and oftentimes related to the plot. Spells and summons were now learned by levels, through specific battle criteria or in accordance with the story. You never knew what crew you were going to end up with, but the arrangements were given a boost by allowing an extra character, making the battle line built for 5, for the first and only time. Telepathic hypnosis played a big factor in characters leaving your group. Once Cecil had left his kingdom behind, the warrior Golbez took control of the Red Wings and the will of Kain. The karate master Yang also briefly fell victim to mind manipulation, and both of your friends had to be smacked around before they eventually snapped out of it. These additional characters didn't just follow, they fought, and sometimes died.
You're
alongside
mine.
you. Your ranks gained the abilities of Tella, the
Is it
vengeful mage,
SA?
Edward,
Is it
the
SA? We have to
bard,
check.
Hallam and Porum, a precocious pair of young mages, Edge, an impulsive prince, and Fusoya, a resident of the moon with many buried secrets to tell. Even the Tinkerer Sid grabbed a club and finally took matters into his own hands. It's also worth noting that Rydia is one of the only characters in the entire franchise.
It is not SA, it is Temper.
She left your party
We
unexpectedly
will
and
run from
resurfaced
that
in the land
battle.
of summons, where time moved faster.
We
She
only
dropped her
want it
ability
if
to
it's
perform white
SA.
magic, but gained several new spells, her full summoning potential, and a matured character sprite. 4's biggest technical influence on the rest of the series was the introduction of the active time battle system created by Hiroyuki Ito. With it, adversaries don't wait patiently for players to input actions. Instead, each enemy and character gets a turn every few seconds, with players forced to act quickly if they want to finish the battle with minimal damage. The system made combat a bit livelier, allowing for more engrossing gameplay. The battle screens added unique terrain layouts underneath their heroes and enemies. The environments, characters, monsters, and bosses all received a significant improvement in detail. Group spells all animated at the same time. Smoke and fog was now transparent. Square clearly proved that Final Fantasy IV could not have been done on the 8-bit Nintendo. You could even adjust the color of the menus. While previous fantasies typically had just the planet's surface to explore, 4 added 2 free-roaming maps, the underworld and the surface of the moon. Your flying machines were fashioned with accessories to help you get to these new places. The lunar whale was resurrected to help you reach the stars, and black chocobos were introduced that could fly but only land in forests. All of Nobuo Uematsu's scores have been exceptional for their era, but Final Fantasy IV was the first noticeable example of the melodic subtleties and enduring themes that his work has gradually become famous for. Theme of Love has been taught to Japanese school children as part of their curriculum. The tracks from 4 have appeared on several compilation albums and have been performed live by numerous orchestras and metal bands. The story in 4 rekindled the 4-tier elemental structure and even referred to the monsters as fiends. Mylon, Kenazo, Valvalis, and Rubicant weren't the original names, but their inclusion was a nod to the first game. Summons were also given peculiar names, as 4 first introduced Americans to the advanced magic. Shiva, Odin, and Bahamut kept their names throughout the series, but Americans first knew Ifrit and Ramu as Jinn and Indra. One of the towns in 4 began a Final Fantasy tradition of names reappearing in later games, as Mysidia, originally from Final Fantasy II, returns as a homey mage village. 4 made several direct references to our universe as well. It was the first fantasy to name its world, as Fusoya refers to it as the Blue Planet. He explains that he and the rest of his race, called the Lunarians, originally came from a planet in between Mars and Jupiter. Fusoya also revealed that Golbez was not their ultimate enemy, as he was also being brainwashed by another Lunarian named Zemus. Eventually, Zemus revealed his true form.
Yo, what's up, Dark?
Some well wishes from
What's
home,
up, bro?
Cecil and company found the strength to overcome the overgrown evil. IV was the first Final Fantasy and one of the first RPGs to have multiple characters with their own deep, intertwining stories and affecting relationships. It was the first to link two heroes together romantically, a device the later Final Fantasies would hinge entire plotlines on. Some criticisms were raised regarding the spotty English translation, but even those little quirks are recalled with fond memories by longtime fans. The script and the graphics would be continually revised as 4 was ported to the PlayStation, WonderSwan Color, and Game Boy Advance, and it's scheduled to be released in 3D on the Nintendo DS sometime before the end of 2007.
Yo, what's up, son Lando? What is up, bro?
4 has sold close to 3 million copies.
We are hunting those gammas, bro.
Hit. Whether it was because of
not
4's
having
international
very
sales
good luck
numbers,
either.
Nintendo's tentative relationship with Square,
almost
or the
300
time
encounters and not one gamma
translating
today.
one massive game after another. The next title was for the third time in the franchise, only released in Japan. Despite thousands of American gamers suddenly discovering the role-playing series, the 5th installment wouldn't make it to US shores until the end of the decade. Final Fantasy V was released on December 6, 1992. The now infamous creative team returned for the 5th time, and Tetsuya Nomura was added to the group as a monster designer. Nomura would go on to design the characters for 7, 8, 10, 10-2, and direct Advent Children. 5's opening broke the mold by having the 4 main characters meet each other for the very first time. Born to be a wanderer, the hero Bartz sees a meteor fall while camping out with his chocobo, Boko, and the two run to the site of the crash. There, they met Lena, the Princess of Tycoon, and Galef, one of the oldest central characters in any Final Fantasy, whose memory was recently knocked out of his mind. Crystals returned as the core theme of the story, but this time they directly affected the world around them,
we will
other than
get
just
one,
threaten to
Dark.
destroy it. When the wind
We
crystals
will
shattered,
definitely
the wind
get
stopped
one. It
blowing,
will just
making
take a
it nearly
minute.
impossible to travel by sea and so on. The quest set you in search of the whereabouts of King Tycoon, the identity of Galef, and the evil behind it all. 5 returned to the multiple job structure from 3, but with a new refined system, also created by Hiroyuki Ito. Ability points were gained once you received your first handful of jobs, so you leveled your jobs and characters separately. When each new level was reached, you got a new ability, and you could then assign one as a sub-ability to another job. This was the series' first attempt at multiclassing. The brand new classes including Blue Mage, Berserker, Sorcerer, Time Mage, Trainer, Samurai, Dancer, Chemist, and Mime created even more advanced abilities that would reappear in the sequels to come. Blue Mages brought their enemy skill-based power to the party. Samurais tossed Gil, and Mimes could mimic the commands of others as well as assign up to 3 sub-abilities. Thieves could now dash, a time-saving talent that would be added automatically to the ports by pressing the B button. Multi-classing was highly functional, but it was also rewarding because it offered you the chance to change your physical appearance at will for the first time in the franchise. There were a total of 110 different costumes, as each character looked different when they assumed each job. Sid helped you get back above the clouds, but this time
Yo, what's
he
up,
was
Oof?
assisted by his grandson.
What is up, Oof?
The two busy workers turned
What
their
is up,
airship
bro?
into a 3-part
Welcome to
flying
the stream, my
machine,
dude.
boat, and submarine to glide across.
We
all
are not
the
having
planet.
good luck today. We
But
are
their
on
planet
the hunt
wasn't the
for
only
the
one to
elusive
explore.
Gamma, bro.
Their primary adversary.
We are
Exit,
just
revealed
chilling
himself
today.
shortly before Gallif
We are
began to
chilling.
recall his
We're
memories.
watching a gaming
Gallif remembered he was,
documentary
in fact, royalty
or a
from another
gaming
world and had a
retrospective.
granddaughter named Kryl. When X-Death was
Hunting
first
some
released,
gammas.
Gallif was one of the 4 original
We
warriors
are
that
just
stood up
having
to
a
oppose
pretty
him.
chill
One
stream.
of X-Death's henchmen, Gilgamesh, made his first Final Fantasy cameo in 5, and would return as a flamboyant adventurer in the 2D and 3D journeys to follow. X-Death's aim was to harness a void locked inside the rift between the 2 worlds that was created when they were magically ripped apart. To force the 2 dimensions together, he stole 4 crystals from a sacred
Yo,
tree
you are
keeping
Dragon
balance
Care
place.
in my
It
chat.
seemed
What's up,
all hope
Dragon
was
Care?
lost
What's
for the
up,
new
bro?
Warriors of Dawn. It was then that Gallif made it to his feet and made franchise history. Before Eris, Gallif was the first long-term party member to die in the line of duty. The loss was a shock, considering you were well over halfway through the story, but all your hard work spent honing his abilities didn't go to waste. Gallif transferred all he knew to Kryl, and she filled his space in the battle queue. A visit to the Turtle Sage Gil revealed the existence of 12 legendary weapons, sacred items destined for the jobs they were created for. With these tools in tow, the newly assembled foursome crossed into the rift and faced X-Death right as he merged with the Void itself. For the first time, there were multiple endings triggered by whoever was or wasn't standing in your party when X-Death's final form was defeated.
Yo, thanks for liking my Halloween dusket, bro.
Final Fantasy V was supposed to be
I hope
Final
you get a
Fantasy
Gleaming
III in
soon,
America,
bro.
but the
I hope
first
you get one.
localization was cancelled. It was then rumored to be released as Final Fantasy Extreme, but plans for that project also fell through. Even a third attempt was launched and crushed to bring 5 to PCs by developer Top Dog Software. These failed attempts aggravated gamers so much, 5 became one of the first titles to receive a fan translation, and until 1998, they were the only ways you could play it. Eventually 5 re-emerged on the PlayStation and Game Boy Advance with updated cinemas and new jobs to try on. It was then that
Yo,
American
what's up,
gamers could finally
Vincent? What's
experience
up,
the
bro?
intricate job system that would leave undeniable traces on the
What
rest
is
of the
up, bro?
franchise.
Welcome to the live stream.
Join us next week as we celebrate 6 generations of sprite-based storytelling. We'll look back at the fascinating evolution of these pixel-perfect heroes that continually elevated the bit role-playing era to new heights, and thoroughly examine one of the finest stories the series has ever told.
I love Final Fantasy music. It is so epic. Final Fantasy has some of the best music and sound ever in a video game series.
How do you animate something 26 pixels tall? How can a character with barely enough room to blink exude emotion? From the tight restrictions on how many sprites could fill the screen to how much text could fit in each blue rectangular bubble, there were multiple challenges that Square was faced with when developing the first 6 Final Fantasies. The original Famicom battle sprites were 26 pixels in height, had only 4 different colors to compose their blocky likeness, and 6 different frames of animation. The Super Famicom characters were
the Balam Garden theme from Final Fantasy VIII is like one of my most favorite pieces of music ever from a video game.
Conveying feelings of sadness, anger, doubt, surprise, and joy. In Final Fantasy I, characters would roam aimlessly around each town or stand and wait for you to engage them in conversation. Whenever additional movement was implied, they would vanish. In Final Fantasy II, characters began to walk along scripted paths, oftentimes when entering or exiting a room. This scene from 2, where Paul rescues your party from imprisonment, is one of the first clear examples of Square trying out comical sprite choreography. These scenarios would become much more elaborate, often involving the tiny actors jumping and throwing themselves around when the paltry 30 pixels used to create their faces couldn't communicate their excitement or frustration.
Yo, what is up, Water King? What is up, bro? Welcome to the live stream. We are chilling. We are watching this Final Fantasy retrospective. We are hunting some gammas. Come farm with me. We are farming in Gale Forest. Actually, we're about to change because it's done raining. It is done raining here, so...
But the 6th chapter in Final Fantasy
I guess we'll go to the Sweet Retreat,
adding about 10 different animations per character. Even minor movements, like the wink of an eye or the wag of a finger, drew layers of subtle inflections onto each scene. Best of all, the multiple NPCs you encountered grew up in stature as well. By the mid-90s, Square was ready to showcase the aptitude of their tiny thespians in one final 16-bit performance. Final Fantasy VI was released in Japan on April 2, 1994, and in America the following October. It showed up in the States as Final Fantasy III, and was the last title to be renumbered as it crossed shores. Yoshitaka Amano continued his work as the series' character designer, and Nobuo Uematsu wrote his most extensive score yet for the 6th installment. For the first time, Hironobu Sakaguchi did not direct, but produced the game and developed the concept. His former duties were split between series innovator Hiroyuki Ito and designer and writer Yoshinori Kitase. Kitase had worked with Squaresoft on Romancing Saga and the Final Fantasy Adventure for the Game Boy, but 6 was his directorial debut. He would go on to direct Chrono Trigger, Final Fantasy VII, and Final Fantasy VIII. 6 opened with an unnamed soldier who is still the only focal female protagonist to begin a Final Fantasy game. Her name was Terra, and that was about all she could remember. Hunted by yet another oppressive tyrannical government and possessing forbidden magical powers she could not comprehend, Terra sought refuge with the Returners, a renegade group secretly gathering their forces for an attack against Emperor Gestal. 1,000 years prior, a conflict called the War of the Magi almost destroyed the world, and society struggled to regain technology. The fight began when humans were tempted to harness the power of mystical beings called Espers, and it appeared the Empire was after the same goal, moving dangerously close to repeating another senseless and deadly mistake. Espers were the first names clearly bestowed upon summons, and a third ingenious system created by Hiroyuki Ito. Humans could only learn their power when the beasts expired into crystallized forms called magicite. Similar to the ability points from 5, winning battles in 6 awarded characters with magic points. When an Esper was assigned to one of your characters, these points would be added to the spells that Esper could teach you, and you would learn them at the percentage rate indicated. Some taught spells faster than others, and some taught just one exclusively. This meant that anyone could learn any spell, and use them at any time. The Empire's savage lust for the Esper's power, which forced the creatures into exile, combined with sacrificing their lives to assist you in your journey, gave summons a more important role in the central quest than ever before. The other element that contributed to the epic story was the astounding number of playable characters. 6 didn't let you assign jobs, just as 4 had removed the prior class system to concentrate on a series of elaborate plotlines. While 5 had 22 jobs, 6 eventually offered 14 characters you could swap out any time to create your own party. Occasionally, the story filled in a few necessary spaces for certain scenes, but most of the time, all 4 roles were yours to cast. Your warriors could be customized even further by equipping up to 2 relics, trinkets that awarded various bonuses similar to the sub-abilities from 5. All this party customization made you that much more attached to whoever you chose each time the order opened up.
Yo, to the people that are standing next to me in game saying that they're part of my stream, what is up, guys? I do not type in game chat while I'm hunting, but I do see your chat. What's up, bro? What is up? What is up, guys? We are chilling. We are watching a video game documentary right now about Final Fantasy. We're just chilling, hunting some gammas.
And at one pivotal junction, the story split.
If I catch a gamma, or when I catch a gamma, I will pause the documentary. But we are just chilling. We are chilling, hunting some gammas.
Edgar, the young king of Figaro.
If you're hanging out with me, what is up, guys?
Former imperial general.
I hope we all catch some good stuff.
Cyan, a tortured warrior. Gao, a lost feral child. Strago, an elder mage knight. Realm, his rambunctious granddaughter. And Shadow, a ninja with a foggy past that's never completely revealed. Each character had its own signature talent and piece of the plot puzzle. Edgar used tools. Sabin performed Street Fighter-style button commands called blitzes. Celes wielded a runic blade that absorbed magical attacks. Cyan counted upwards through different sword skills. Gao imitated monsters.
Do I want a 7x40 pure nimble Nimeru?
And so on.
I have some Nimerus. I haven't sharded any to 7x40 yet.
The game was devoted to revealing fragments from each of the characters' backstories, and some of them were more thought-provoking and heartbreaking than the events that made up the main mission.
I don't know,
the
bro.
Only returners that were primed
you should
solely
probably
for battle,
keep
aside
it.
From cameos that would drop in and out of your party.
I don't want to take your stuff, bro.
Near the end of the game.
Yo, what is up, Rainbow? What is up, bro?
And the mysterious mimic Gogo, who also made a shrouded appearance in Final Fantasy V. Cid stayed out of the party in 6, merely helping you when he could. As a scientist in the Empire's Magitech facility, he had nothing to do with airships for the first time. All of these leading players were almost overshadowed by one of the gaudiest villains the series has ever feared. Kefka, Emperor Gestal's ambassador, was a nasty clown that demanded a great deal of attention. He was among the first faces to appear on the screen, and the first character to utter a spoken line of dialogue, even if it was just a trademark cackle. Kefka was not a supernatural being, or the collected sum of all evil, or a mind-warping god from another planet. He was a man, albeit a twisted soul, who sought supreme power above all else. He wasn't a puppet to a higher power, or a victim seeking revenge. He was just an awful human being, and a wonderful bad guy. But creating the characters wasn't enough. They acted and animated in ways the series had never attempted before. The fourth wall of the battle screen was obliterated, with interactive scenes often playing themselves out from the combat view. Instances where multiple characters were animated at once were now commonplace, instead of being reserved for towns or major plot moments. The best example of this.
Yo, that's an essay. That is an essay worm right there, I believe.
The player had to actively participate in.
Let's catch it. It's essay.
And blocking. This story within a story within a story shows how elegantly each event played out in 6, and why most of its moments are eternally.
Yo, thanks for the sub, my dude.
With Cid working for the Empire, the High Roller Setzer allowed you to borrow the only airship in the world. When that craft crashed and burned, he dug up another that belonged to a lost friend. You could be taxied by boat on occasion, but there were no canoes, snowmobiles, or submarines.
I'm pretty sure that's an essay.
Just the 2 flying machines. But your point of view while controlling them
it is an essay.
Different. Instead of being stuck to one altitude and forced to travel in 4 directions, you had 360 degrees of movement, along with the ability to climb and dive through the air. A brand new mini-map in the lower right kept you from getting lost, which was easy to do with the extreme speeds of the new crafts. This new beveled angle was also applied to chocobo runs, which showed your character on birdback from a lowered perspective. Second War of the Magi led both sides to the Sealed Gate, the border between their world and the land the Espers had originally escaped to. Coming in contact with their kind revealed that Terra was neither an Esper nor a human, but a product of both. Proof that the two races could coexist, she rallied the returners until they were forced to stop Kefka from disturbing three
Can I have a
that created
Protagon?
magic itself
I subbed.
ages ago.
I'll give you a
Too late.
Protagon. But I'm not going to the trade resort until I catch a Gamma.
Forced
So,
to flee the unnatural
if you
floating
are
island,
still
they
here,
boarded their airship just in
when
time
I
to
catch a
seize
Gamma,
Proton
I'll
II.
give you one,
The
bro.
entire army was scattered, their fates unknown, and the planet was changed forever.
It shouldn't be too long. It should not be too long. I
Waking
should
up in
catch
the
a Gamma
shoes of
soon.
Celes, on the shores of a deserted island, players had to explore this brand new planet of scorched earth, reassemble their ranks soldier by
Yeah,
soldier,
I'll give you a
and reach
roaming
Loomian
Protagon,
tower
bro.
for
I'll
the
give you
game's
one.
final confrontation.
After I catch a Gamma, I'll give you one.
At SIGGRAPH in 1995, Locke, Terra, and Shadow made a command performance in a 3D minigame created by Square, using prototype Nintendo 64 workstations from Silicon Graphics. The technical demonstration was completely playable, with patterns made by a computer mouse initiating attack commands. It served to teach Square's artists how to render sprites in 3D, and show the eager public what they had in store for the first 3D Final Fantasy. FF6 was also ported to the PlayStation in 1999 and the Game Boy Advance in early 2007. Final Fantasy VI was an extraordinary way for the series to bow out of the second dimension. Its artfully crafted storyline and meaningful characters made the final chapter in the Nintendo saga feel as if all the other adventures had been building up to its creation. Its 20-minute ending is one of the longest on the platform, and as the last page in its book was turned, it was clear that 6 would be one tough fantasy to follow. From the way it capitalized on the full potential of the Super Nintendo. to the
Welcome,
acclaim it
Banana
received,
Man.
Final
Welcome,
Fantasy
Banana
VI's
Man.
visual flair primed the
They
series
have
for the
come.
generation to follow, and it would never have to hide its true Roman
Banana
numerals
Man
again.
has arrived.
Join us next week when we explore the Final Fantasy game that needs no introduction. It was the first use of full motion video, a spectacular shift into the third dimension, and one of the most intense role-playing obsessions of all time.
Final Fantasy VII is often said that it's the best game ever. But my favorite Final Fantasy game is Final Fantasy VIII. I think Final Fantasy VIII is a lot better.
Development for the seventh Final Fantasy began in 1995, 1 year after the release of 6. Square had been experimenting with the idea of a 3D RPG ever since 5 was released on the Super Famicom.
When will I get a
And the
Gamma?
demo with SIGGRAPH
I don't know,
showed
bro.
Square could shift its style
Hopefully
forward a
soon.
dimension. It just didn't reveal how. Nintendo's next generation machine would be cartridge-based, and while its 64-bit system would be the most powerful on the market, cartridges with a great deal of memory were incredibly expensive to produce. Looking at its finances and the concepts it was cooking for the next Final Fantasy, Square was forced to make a difficult decision. Saying goodbye to their sprites, and Nintendo, which had provided 2 generations of hardware for Square to revive itself with, the company announced on January 12, 1996, the series would continue exclusively on the Sony PlayStation. Square wouldn't release another game for a Nintendo console until Crystal Chronicles for the GameCube, 7 years later. The team Square assembled to tackle the project was 100 strong, one of the largest ever devoted to a single game's development. They had a budget of $45 million and cutting-edge film production tools like Power Animator and Soft Image 3D. Sony launched a $100 million advertising campaign to bring anticipation to a boil. Due to its extraordinary goals, the game's release date was pushed back almost a full year. On a new console with new technology and a concept that was a far cry from the themes its fans had grown to love, Square wasn't too far from where it had been almost 10 years earlier. Its next game would either boost it to superstardom or summon the imminent doom of the company.
I ran out of cakes hunting Gamma Nimuru a couple days ago. I do not have any more cakes.
Final Fantasy VII was released in Japan on January 31st, 1997, and American gamers had to go on hearing how amazing it was for another 9 months. Hironobu Sakaguchi remained at the helm, maintaining a lead production role. Yoshinori Kitase continued on from 6 to direct, and series veterans Yoshitaka Amano and Nobuo Uematsu returned to their usual duties. Kazushige Nojima assisted Sakaguchi and Kitase with the writing, and Tetsuya Nomura, who joined the team for 5, designed the characters for the first time. His manga style was deemed more compatible with the basic 3D structure of the game. While previous fantasies had you gradually enlist in forces struggling to save the world, 7 rushed you right into battle with the Resistance group on a mission to destroy a toxic reactor. The self-absorbed swordsman Cloud Strife initially had little interest in joining the rebels, but if the pay was right, he was willing to hang around. A monopolizing megacorporation called the Shinra Electric Power Company.
I tried to get a Gleam Nimuru, but I did not have any luck, bro. I used like 200 cakes and didn't get one.
Enhanced elite warriors. Cloud was stuck fighting for the good guys, whether he liked it or not.
I failed to get one,
bro. By his childhood friend Tifa, and bossed around by its
I wish I did, but I didn't get one.
The small resistance army would grow to include the wild experiment Red 13, the bubbly thief Yuffie, the feline puppet Kate Sith, the shadowy gunfighter Vincent, and after rescuing her from Shinra headquarters, the spiritually serene Eris. For the most part, the game shared a point of view similar to PlayStation predecessor Resident Evil. There was a fixed camera,
with boost and charm, it's 1 out of 640. 1 in 640.
One of Sakaguchi's main concerns with continuity was the moments between these scenes. In an attempt to cover loading times, many animations or short in-game cinemas were implemented. This began the time-honored tradition of the Final Fantasy in-game cutscene. Final Fantasy VII employed over 40 minutes of full-motion wonder, the most impressive use of video as a gaming tool for its time. In addition, there were a number of cinematic transitions which used the same models and backgrounds in the game that seamlessly blended them into the action. The battle window also gained cinematic enhancements. The camera was almost constantly moving, highlighting magic spells, special abilities, and enemy attacks. These smooth perspective patterns were also random, ensuring you rarely saw the same angle twice in one fight. The sequences that did repeat were the elaborate summons. Some of them were close to a minute in length. Your party size was cut down to 3, forcing you to simplify your attack strategies. You also only had 3 items to equip in your inventory: a weapon, armor, and an accessory. This appeared quite restrictive at first, until Barrett revealed the game's ability system, called Materia. These colorful orbs were formed out of crystallized Mako, the blood pumping in the planet's veins, called the life stream, and the source of the world's power. Possessing a piece of materia made you spiritually linked to the planet's spirit, and the memories of those who had returned to its source after death. This connection gave you numerous spells and bonuses, similar to espers and relics combined. But you didn't learn these skills, each materia did, and when you swapped their assignments, the experience level traveled with them. Materia leveled on ability points after each battle, and characters got more materia slots as their weapons and armor improved. Job-specific battle behaviors like covering, stealing, and casting spells on multiple targets were now assigned to specific materia. Along with being spiritual power generators, the orbs gave you stat bonuses reflective of their abilities. Like espers, materia also played a major role in the story, as white and black materia became pivotal to the balance of the planet. Black materia cast meteor, to which the only defense was holy, which required white materia. Both these spells had made prior appearances in Final Fantasy, but never had they affected the world so significantly. When your party was pushed to the brink, a new bar began flashing next to their active time battle indicator. When they received damage, it filled up, and at its peak, the attack option was replaced with character-specific limit breaks. You couldn't choose from the whole list, though, and had to assign which of the 4 groups to bring into the fray. You could unleash them the second they were earned, or save them for another battle. Sid hopped back in the pilot seat in 7 as an aggressive aeronaut with dreams of traveling into outer space. His attitude and style was reminiscent of the character's first appearance in 2, and a departure from the older bearded design gamers had met in 3, 4, and 5. He donated the tiny Bronco, a small craft that doubled as a boat after it was shot down. He also welcomed you aboard his Lady Luck, the Highwind, which shared his last name. He took up a lance and aided you in battle for the second time in the series, sharing his pedigree and many abilities with the Dragoon Cane from Final Fantasy IV. Chocobos chirped you across the landscape, but you had to call them by equipping the Chocobo lure materia to bring them into battle. You could then race your newfound pets by entering them in speedways at the Golden Saucer. After you won your first Choco chase, the manager Dio gave you a land-roving buggy that was open to enemy attacks, but chugged over rivers and deserts. The Saucer was like Pleasure Island, with several interactive minigames requiring dexterous button selecting. These time trials also emerged in the story, making pivotal moments tense with the fear of getting one step behind. They also ensured the following games would have an equal amount or more of playful diversions that could absorb your time when you weren't worrying about the end of the world. 7 dealt with surprisingly mature subject matter, from an inclusion of cross-dressing as a mission objective.
Yo, another SA worm, yo.
Barrett was the first leader bold enough to utter several obscenities, and the only central black character in the entire franchise. It was also the first entry to show blood. They say the mettle of a man is tested in adversities, and anyone who would dare stand against Sephiroth would find out immediately what they were made of. Therefore, it's ironic that Cloud didn't realize who he really was. Sephiroth was the strongest soldier alive, but wouldn't rest until he controlled the planet. He sought to bring Meteor down to the surface, tearing a wound so deep that the life stream would emerge to cleanse it. There, he would join with it, becoming a god with the planet's pulse at his fingertips. Eris also rediscovered her identity as a direct descendant of the Cetra, or Ancients, a race that nearly vanished thousands of years ago. They were run off their homeworld by Genova, a vampiric alien lifeform that crash-landed in a meteor long before anyone could remember. Cloud's feelings were split between Eris and longtime pal Tifa, as the story had 2 female leads seeking affections for the first time. You could choose who to court and who to ignore, but it wouldn't matter. At GDC in 2004, Steven Spielberg said,
"Yeah, if somebody wants that SA worm, they can have it. I don't need it."
Will be when somebody confesses that they cried at level 17. He never played Final Fantasy VII. The grand story in 7 was a compilation of a number of inspirations. With the release of Final Fantasy VI, Sakaguchi was faced with the death of his mother. Wrestling with grief led him to develop a number of the concepts in 7, such as Genova. Further depth was drawn from religious beliefs that centered on rebirth.
To the guy that is standing next to me in game asking if you can have it, yeah, you can have it.
The name Sephiroth also comes from the mythology of the Kabbalah, referring to spiritual manifestations of the 10 heavenly attributes. Final Fantasy VII was a marvel of technology and a commanding display of limitless imagination. The only thing that lessened its impact was that, were it not for Ifrit, Shiva, and Chocobo riding Moogles, the game was almost unrecognizable as a Final Fantasy title. The series went from being classically medieval to ambiguously futuristic. Castles became skyscrapers, wyverns became helicopters, minecarts became motorcycles, and bows became machine guns. While fans will eternally debate which Final Fantasy is the best, no one can argue that 7 is the most popular, or the one that left the largest stamp on the industry. It was the first Final Fantasy to be released on the PC. The snowboarding minigame was ported to mobile phones in 2005, and in 1998, Cloud, Tifa, Sephiroth, Yuffie, Vincent, and Zack all appeared as playable combatants in the fighting game Airgi's God Bless the Ring. Their inclusion led many to call the PlayStation release the Final Fantasy Fighter. Shortly after the turn of the century, Nomura and Kitase were approached to create a polymorphic project that could expand one of the Final Fantasy games across multiple mediums, in an effort to prove the franchise was capable of breaking out of its Roman numeral namesake. Kitase immediately suggested 7 as the perfect candidate, because its ending left numerous avenues open for the story to continue. project was called Compilation of Final Fantasy VII. Its ongoing catalog includes Before Crisis, a prequel to 7 focusing on the Turks, Shinra's version of the CIA. The turn-based adventure storyline follows the Shinra investigators as they fight the precursor to the Avalanche introduced in 7. The mobile phone exclusive series ran for 25 episodes in Japan, and the last entry was released on April 1st, 2006. A PSP game was also introduced called Crisis Core, which stars 7's underappreciated hero Zack, Cloud's savior and Aeris's former boyfriend. But the first video game to hit stores under the compilation umbrella came from an unexpected genre, the shooter. Combining a first-person perspective with the back-flipping melee action of Devil May Cry, the last chapter in the saga of Midgar focused on the unfinished business of Vincent Valentine. Dirge of Cerberus was released in Japan on January 26, 2006. Cerberus had Vincent facing off against an army of rogue soldiers called Deep Ground, whose intent was to call forth Omega and end the world. Every living thing eventually returned to the lifestream, and Omega was the entity that would one day collect all the energy and return it to the stars, leaving the planet as a crumbling rock disintegrating into space. Despite Vincent's obvious ease at using Cerberus and dodging enemy fire with flare, the gameplay in Dirge was admittedly constrictive. This was apparent due to several changes made to the game before its US release 7 months later. Dirge had a mobile add-on called Lost Episode, released on August 18, 2006. And then there's the infamous trailer shown during the Sony press conference at E3 2005 that teased millions by demonstrating what Final Fantasy
to
VII
everybody
would look
that
like
wants an
if it was
essay
recreated
worm, you
for
can
the
have
PlayStation
one.
3.
I have a few of
Although
them.
it was solely intended to
So
act
if you
as a
want one,
technical
you can have one.
demonstration, many fans mistook it, and still do, as a trailer for a forthcoming rebirth of the PlayStation Classic.
I have
The game
7
never
minutes
returns.
left of
The universe
boost,
of Final Fantasy
and
VII
then I'll go to
continues
the trade
expand.
resort.
The fan community on both coasts has
I'll go
continued
there
to
in
call out
7
7 as
minutes
one of the best
and
video
give it to
games
you.
ever created. At a financial results conference in 2006, Square Enix president Yoichi Wada claimed the compilation of Final Fantasy VII would be around for another 10 years, which would end the celebration on its 20th anniversary.
Here we go. They're about to start talking about one of my favorite games of all time, Final Fantasy VIII. Final Fantasy VIII is one of my top
Join us
5
next week for
favorite
another
games of all
installment in our
time.
13-part Final Fantasy retrospective. In Part 6, we'll highlight the other releases on the PlayStation. 2 sequels that are the best.
Final
examples of how
Fantasy VIII
drastically
is one of
different
my
a pair
top
Final
3
Fantasy games
favorite
can be.
games of all time.
One attempted to raise its characters up to tell a feature-length love
Final
story,
Fantasy
and the
VIII
other
is
brought
so
the franchise
amazing,
back
I can't
to its
even put
forgotten
it into
roots.
words how amazing it is. I love Final Fantasy VIII, not gonna lie. One of my favorite games of all time. Here we go. Final Fantasy VIII.
Squaresoft's foray into the CD-based era was a veritable success. Final Fantasy VII shattered sales records on both coasts, selling an astounding 2.3 million copies within 3 days of its Japanese release, and an additional 330,000 later that year in America. For the first time ever, Final Fantasy was a mainstream fixture in the gaming world. VII's departure from the series' signature conventions was originally perceived as risque. The game skated between elements of the past and present with adventurous new changes in system mechanics and story direction. In the end, those very tweaks were paramount to VII's success. When Square knew it had a hit on its hands, the company began production on number 8 the very same year, during VII's localization in the US. The series had to evolve even further, like no other in the franchise.
Here we go. Final Fantasy VIII. One of my top 3 favorite games of all time.
Final Fantasy VIII was released in Japan on February 11th, 1999, September 7th in the States. Development had run continuously for nearly 2 years. Sakaguchi graced the project once more as the executive producer, while Kitase, Nomura, and Uematsu reprised their respective roles. The experience that Square gained during the production of 7 bolstered its understanding of the PlayStation hardware's capabilities. With this knowledge in hand, Kitase envisioned the next game sporting a more realistic look, and with Nomura's encouragement, a school days aesthetic similar to popular Japanese dramas and animes airing at the time. With this came realistically proportioned character models, the first the series had ever seen. And the ballad of Squall Leonhardt and Renoa Hartley. Final Fantasies typically put you in the company of rogues, rebels, and mercenaries, but 8 established players as one of the trainees of Balam Garden, a military academy managed by the watchful eye of Headmaster Sid. Squall, an introverted gunblade specialist, was one of the school's most promising students. On the day of his graduation exam, he was contracted by the state of Delay to repel the forces of the invading Galbadian Empire, along with fellow trainees Zell, a hot-headed brawler, Selphie, a cheerful nunchaku master, Cypher, a rebellious upperclassman, and Quistis, Squall's instructor. Squall's Galbadian encounter was the first of many. He eventually found himself under the commission of Renoa, the spirited leader of an upstart rebellion group. Together, they become inextricably linked to the fate of Galbadia's leader, Sorceress Adia. A later objective called upon Squall and his unit, headlined by the romantic rifleman Irvine, to assassinate the sorceress. But when the plan goes awry, a plentitude of truths open themselves to Squall, prompting him to abandon all preconceived notions of the mission and his duty. A sorceress from the future, Ultimisia, was revealed as the true culprit, manipulating time itself in a bid to unite her dimension with the past. Together with his companions, Squall ventured into the Den of the Lion to restore order to the world and protect the ones dear to his heart. Final Fantasy VIII made bold new strokes in story and narration. The theme of love had always played a part in side stories prior, but for the first time, it was brought into the foreground as the main motivator for the protagonist's actions. It was, for all intents and purposes, a love story, with its cast of characters taking respective roles amid webs of tangled relationships. It was also the first Final Fantasy that delved into different frames of mind, from the internal narrative of Squall's thoughts to a side quest set in a completely different place and time. The realistic tone was made immediately clear by the opening score, an orchestral piece accompanied by a Latin choir and breathtaking full-motion video. Along with the game's title theme song, Eyes on Me, sung by Chinese pop star Fei Wong, 8 was the first of the series to feature lyrical scores. The boundaries that had separated Final Fantasy from other mediums of popular expression, like movies and music, had been broken. Eyes on Me later became a single that went on to sell 400,000 copies in Japan. One of Squall's first outings pitted him against the fiery Ifrit, who wasn't known as a summon or esper, but as a GF, or guardian force. When these magical beasts were bested in combat, they became permanent additions to your party that could be equipped. GFs were powerful.
Alright guys, that is the last
battle,
encounter.
Combat,
I'll go to the trade resort now.
In the form of junctioning, the central feature of 8. Rather than pulling on armor with predetermined stats, players could assign magic siphoned from enemies, an action called drawing, and equip them to specific stats and attributes. Junctioning allowed for a great deal of customization and flexibility, bequeathing players all the elemental and status effect spells of the series at their beck and call.
Alright guys, I'll go to the trade resort now. Whoever wanted the Protagon, come with me. The couple people who wanted an SA Worm, come with me. I'm gonna go hook these people up, and then I'm gonna come right back and continue gamma farming. But if you are one of those people, come with me. I will hook you up. Alright, you guys are going to have to tell me. Who is the guy who wanted the Protagon? Look at Gleam Scalava. Alex Poucher. I already knew. I already knew, bro. Thank you for sending me my own OT, bro. Whoever Elemental is, the person that wanted the Protagon, let me know your username so I can hook you up with it, bro. Don wanted the SA. Space wanted the SA worm. And Dragon Care. Thank you for the Gleam Wispup, bro. There is your SA worm, bro. There is your smart Protagon, bro. Enjoy. Enjoy the Protagon. And an SA worm. Enjoy, bro. Enjoy your nimble Protagon, bro. Enjoy your free Gleam Wispup, Water King. Why is the TV never on? You know, people would probably hang out more in this room if they ever turned the TV on.
Apart from the radical changes in magic and summons, the combat structure, for the most part, resembled the three-man active time battles from 7. Each of the characters' limit breaks, however, shed 7's limit bar and returned to the rare desperation moves from Final Fantasy VI. Squall, like Cyan before him, pulled off a series of blade strikes timed by the R1 trigger, while Zell utilized the spiritual successor of Sabin's blitz attacks. Weapons were no longer bought, but upgraded, which took various parts collected in battle and used them in a crafting process. In addition, cars, trains, and shuttles comprised a large number of transportation options, although airships, flying fortresses, and the ubiquitous chocobo also made appearances. The chocobo was also featured in a minigame tie-in using the Pocket Station. The code to power it still exists in the North American release, but the peripheral never made it across the Pacific. One of Final Fantasy VIII's biggest side features was Triple Triad, a robust minigame that took place on a grid with numbered cards. Though not necessary, it was an interesting and rich diversion that awarded players persistent enough to play it. Determined card sharks could net Squall's legendary weapon, the Lionheart, with enough diligence. Riding the hype of its predecessor, Final Fantasy VIII's release in 1999 beat previous records set with 2.4 million copies sold in Japan, and in America, it became the best-selling game for 3 weeks after its debut in September. Critically, however, the game was received with mixed reactions. Most players and critics felt that the junctioning system was flawed and needlessly complicated, longing for the user-friendliness of 7's materia. Drawing magic from enemies was also cited as a repetitive task. Conversely, some embraced 8's bold system changes. Its storytelling remains amongst the most compelling the series has seen, and its following is one of the largest across the worldwide fanbase. Many speculated the next game in the series would go above and beyond the modern realism of 8, and into the realm of the future. It ultimately became a fond look at the past. As the last Final Fantasy on the original PlayStation, Sakaguchi wanted it to be an adequate reflection on the series thus far. The concept they would end up using wasn't originally intended to be a part of the core franchise. While its early development began alongside 8, the plan was to release the game as an addendum so as not to conflict with the newer futuristic direction the series was heading for. In 1999, it was announced that the yet untitled project would indeed receive a Roman numeral. It was slated to come out in early 2000, but Square's biggest competitor, Enix, had just finished Dragon Quest VII. Square delayed its latest efforts several months to avoid a simultaneous release. They used the time for another marketing push of action figures and Coca-Cola commercials. These showed its next Final Fantasy would be both a striking departure and a faithful homage to the 8 games that preceded it.
Final Fantasy IX was released in Japan on July 7, 2000. It arrived in America in mid-November. In addition to his production role, Hironobu Sakaguchi returned to the creative staff to help solidify early concepts. He was aided by game producer Shinji Hashimoto. Yoshitaka Amano also returned to the forefront of the team. Nobuo Uematsu composed his 9th continuous score, and in the director's chair was Hiroyuki Ito, responsible for such Final Fantasy pillars as the Job and Active Time Battle Systems and Espers. Almost every aspect of the design in 9 returned to the roots of the series. The plot appeared to follow many common cliches, but it was intended to. The adventure began when our hero, Zidane, a member of a rogue theater group, took part in an elaborate attempt to kidnap the Princess Garnet. As they bumbled their way through the mission, they were accidentally joined by Garnet's stalwart protector, Steiner, and the befuddled black mage, Vivi. Through the trials that followed, they enlisted the talents of the stoic dragoon Freya, the effervescent summoner Aiko, the enigmatic gourmand Quina, and the brooding bounty hunter Amarant. They also got occasional assistance from Beatrix, a general to the army of Alexandria, and various members of Tantalus, Zidane's performing pals. Cid got promoted to a royal position in 9 as the regent and ruler of Lindblum. He appeared to the party in Oglop form after being cursed by his wife Hilda. Cid revealed he was the one who ordered Tantalus to kidnap the princess to protect her from the unexplained actions of her mother, Queen Braun. The squad engineer helped the party board the Blue Narcissus when both of their airships barely made it back to the ground in one piece. The team took back the skies on Cid's latest invention, the Hildegard III.
You already know what I had to go do.
The Invincible. They also traveled by air
some
crawling
more coffee.
and even underground
that
spider
is right.
in 2 ancient transit systems called the Gargan and Fossil Rue.
You cannot do more than 10k on Gamble.
The plot in 9 was not only filled with numerous references to the 2 sprite generations, it almost felt like a direct sequel to the original NES adventure. It was revealed the story's fatalistic villain, Kuja, came from another world called Terra. To reach this dimension and discover its secrets, you had to travel to 4 elemental shrines. Their protectors, Malorus, Tiamat, Kraken, and Lich, are unmistakable allusions to the fiends from Final Fantasy I. Even the time-traveling antagonist from the first game made a comeback, as a Darth Vader-esque Garland was unmasked as the architect of the world's demise. His dreamlike realm was called Pandemonium, which was the Emperor's end zone in Final Fantasy II. Crystals also returned, and their themes were fused with the series' first mention of Gaia as the name of the planet. 9 primarily dealt with its lead characters battling with issues of identity. Garnet had the weight of a kingdom on her inexperienced shoulders, and Vivi came to terms with his own creation and inevitable death. Even Kuja wrestles with intense feelings of powerlessness. In addition to conceptual reference, there are also many specific nods to its predecessors. Hilda bears a resemblance to the Final Fantasy II queen. Dagger dons a white mage's robe, the dwarves shout out a somewhat familiar greeting, the battle line went back to 4, and you could attempt to buy a number of classic trinkets at the Treno auction house, such as Yuna's mirror. The ability system in 9 was considerably streamlined in comparison to the complexities of 8, and reflected the
I can give points to people. I've never done it before, but I could if I wanted to.
Equipping some sort of item that accrued ability points per battle. Once the skills were learned, the item could be swapped out and the character would still be able to use the ability. Any equipment slot now had the capacity to teach these talents, and they became usable by the character the moment the item was assigned. Items taught different characters varied abilities. Much like Final Fantasy IV, each hero in 9 was clearly intended for a particular job. Their personal traits reflected these roles. Some were shared by multiple characters, and some were unique. In addition, not all the abilities could be active at once, allowing the player to be more or less effective by assembling the proper combination of attributes for each upcoming task. The limit break concept from 7 made a comeback when party members entered trance mode by reaching the end of their damage bar. Zidane was the only warrior who could choose from a list of attacks while tranced, as the others received a brief boost, strengthening their attack power or allowing them to act more than once. Unlike limit breaks, these bonuses couldn't be saved and carried over to another encounter. Summons were dubbed Eidolons in 9, and their callers originated from a lost village, similar to Rydia's hometown in 4. Replicating 8's grid-based card diversion, 9 let you challenge multiple characters to a bout of Tetramaster. Unlike 8, the game within a game became a necessary objective that pit you against the sport's champion, Sailor Aaron. After you became the new Tetramaster, Aaron was revealed as the pilot of your first airship. Nine also introduced the Final Fantasy audience to a strange internet support system called Play Online. Originally conceived to interact with Final Fantasy X, Play Online developed into an online add-on for Brady Games' strategy guide. This proved to be a poorly thought-out idea. Many fans that purchased it felt cheated because of the lack of printed information. Today, Play Online serves as the communication hub for Square's internet services, including Final Fantasy XI and Tetramaster. Although 9 received critical acclaim, it was faced with mixed feelings from fans. While elder players looked upon it with warm nostalgia, the younger set simply didn't get it. Nevertheless, Sakaguchi has stated several times that Final Fantasy IX is his personal favorite. Join us next week when the faces of Square's fantasies are finally given a voice.
You understand me?
And the only direct console sequel in the franchise makes its mark. With Sakaguchi's side project sliding into the 9th slot, the original successor to Final Fantasy
thought
VIII
about
was
increasing
pushed to
the amount that you could gamble,
which launched 3 months before
but
9
after a
in
lot
Japan.
of careful
Eager to
thought,
take full
it's
advantage of
pretty
improved
balanced
technology,
already.
Square spent $32
If I
million on
increased
its
it
next
to
project,
100K, then I
assembling
would
the
also
talents
have
of over
to
100 writers,
increase
coders, and artists.
the amount that is needed to
Most of the
redeem
earlier fantasies focused
Loomians.
on a European style of architecture,
But
and
it's pretty
topography,
balanced
with
right
7
now,
and 8
so
weaving
I'm
in
gonna
elements
leave
of
it the
modern
way it
technology
is.
and Japanese steampunk. When growing its new world, Square sought influence from the islands of Southeast Asia, specifically near the regions of Thailand and the South Pacific. Water would play a dominant role in the setting and story of Spira, a sun-drenched paradise with beauty gamers had never experienced.
Originally, you could only gamble 1,000. I increased it from 1,000 to 10,000.
Final Fantasy X was released in Japan on July 19, 2001. It washed up on our shores just in time for Christmas. It was directed by Motomu Toriyama, who had worked as an event planner on 7 and 8. Katase and Sakaguchi supervised via producer roles. Tetsuya Nomura returned to design the characters, and Nobuo Uematsu composed his 10th series score, but received additional assistance for the first time. The story began and ended in Zanarkand, a tropic metropolis unaware of its imminent destruction. Titus, a professional blitzball athlete, was barely saved from the massacre by his mentor, Orin. The two warped to the world of Spira, where Titus learned the city he called home had been destroyed 1,000 years earlier. His quest for answers led him to discover an ancient pilgrimage that would shake the ground of his very existence. This fish-out-of-water tale was unconventional for the franchise. As an outsider, Titus learned everything that was known about Spira directly, without any need for creative exposition. The story also stood out by establishing a clear geographic endpoint fairly early on in the narrative, unfolding its secrets as you trekked along the path toward its unavoidable conclusion.
This prophetic journey's aim was to guide and protect the summoner Yuna, a caller of sacred spirits now called Aeons, whose power came from human souls called Faith. Yuna's multiple guardians included Waka, a beach-bound blitzball captain, Kimari, a Ronso outcast of few words, Lulu, an unforgiving black mage, and Riku, a spunky teenage thief who was Titus's first contact with Inspira. The in-game character models were pleasantly detailed, with facial expressions their predecessors only dreamed of. But their colorful attitudes were defined by another franchise breakthrough:
Quiet!
voice acting.
You have profaned and subverted a 1,000-year-old tradition. Do you realize what you've done?
Their dialogue was penned by Kazushige Nojima, who also wrote Final Fantasy VII and VIII. Not every line was spoken, as subtitles were used for minor non-playable characters, but the central heroes and villains were all cast with both English and Japanese voice actors, bringing their vocal cords to life. The inclusion created numerous development hiccups, such as characters' lips mouthing one language but speaking another.
Take your time.
But the addition was an ambitious and crucial step forward. A priest and maester named Seymour Guado went against the beliefs of his nation and his religion in a quest to save the world from suffering by killing everyone on the planet. To do this, he planned to possess a colossal whale monster named Sin that rose from the depths of the ocean and decimated entire villages. The role of all summoners was to build their strength and family of Aeons to eventually confront Sin in the ruins of Zanarkand. But Sin had and would return multiple times, leaving Titus and his newfound friends to search for a way to end the destructive cycle and abolish Sin once and for all. Cid appeared as Riku's father and the leader of the Al-Bhed, a roguish lower-class race. He gave the party access to the Fahrenheit, only there was no free flying in 10. For the first time, the overworld that had become a series standard vanished, leaving one continuous world map to pass through. While many missed running across open plains and rocketing their ships over oceans and mountains, the alternate perspective needed to disappear so developers could replace another last-generation trick: pre-rendered backgrounds. Every outdoor environment in Final Fantasy X was rendered in real-time 3D, making the gorgeous surroundings stunningly tangible. You had no camera control, but the view would glide along with your movements in numerous directions. Fights were still random while traveling, but many boss encounters began with a flashy transition that blended the angle from the overworld into the brand new battle window. Fights in Final Fantasy X left active time and introduced the conditional turn-based battle. You now had all the time in the world to assign each move, and the order both sides would act in was listed in 8 vertical blocks on the right of the screen. Additionally, a tip ticker scrolled vital information about each target on the top, indicating weaknesses and possible strategies. This had been previously possible as an ability or spell, but never as a tool built into the display. Only 3 people filled the formation, and the other 4 waited in the wings. You could pull them in and out at will, and they gained experience based on their involvement in each bout. If you didn't use them, they didn't level. Overdrives were the new limit break. Like before, they became available when a meter reached its full capacity. Their attacks varied per character, and like Final Fantasy VIII, many required brief bits of timed controller inputs, making use of the PS2's dual analog sticks. The big difference in 10 was the ability to adjust the modes of each character's overdrives, specifically identifying the circumstances that caused the meter to fill. Yuna was the only mage who could use summon magic, and instead of her callings tearing up the battlefield and fading away, they joined the party in exchange for the other 2 members. By your side, they drew the enemy's attacks and acted on a list of available abilities. They had a health meter for the first time, and could fall in battle, only to be resummoned for another fight. 10's leveling system was a labyrinth of attribute plots called the Sphere Grid. As characters powered up, they gained ability points versus experience. When they achieved a new sphere level, they could use any of the glowing orbs they found in their travels by assigning them to any node that opened up. This turned the typically stationary advancement method into a game itself, one that allowed you to go against the grain and adjust anyone's abilities to your liking. Only 2 equipment spaces were allotted to each character, one for weapon, one for armor. But once the crafty Riku joined your party, she could customize your arsenal. Not every item could be upgraded, but the underdeveloped ones gain new abilities and often a new name when you combine them with items like marbles, spheres, and potions. The mandatory minigame in 10 was Titus and Waka's favorite pastime, Blitzball, a form of underwater rugby. After a glimpse of the professional sport in one of the opening movies, you went for the championship with the Besaid Aurochs, a good-hearted crew that had lost their first match in the tournament 10 years running.
Yeah, my good boy.
Playing involved both real-time movement and turn-based combat, and once the cup was yours, you could return to the stadium whenever you wanted another challenge. As with many games in the series, Final Fantasy X was adored by some and disliked by others. Fans praised the multifaceted storyline and outstanding graphics. Skeptics detested the flawed sphere system and sometimes unbearable voiceover performances. But rain or shine, few missed out on the series' first installment on Sony's second system. Final Fantasy X sold close to 2 million units in 4 days. It became the first PlayStation 2 game to break that mark and eventually sold twice that much. It's among the top 20 best-selling console games of all time and considered one of the best role-playing games on the platform. Square seized this profitable opportunity and finally decided to release a direct sequel to a game in the numbered series. Development began in 2002 with essentially the same design staff, only at 1/3 the size. With the majority of locations and character models being reused from the first game, it took half the time to create. All Final Fantasies have a happy ending, giving X-2 the most energetic opening fans had ever seen.
What can I do for you?
Final Fantasy X-2 was released in Japan on March 13, 2003, about 2 years after the release of 10. It eventually toured America in November. Since the major crisis in 10 was solved, the atmosphere of the world had a brighter, happier feel. Rather than drawing on reverent Japanese mythology, the team used popular culture, anime, and manga for inspiration. As such, the sound of the game needed to be changed as well. Noriko Matsuda and Takahito Oguchi, known for their work on The Bouncer, took over for Uematsu. X-2 continued the story 2 years later, focusing on Yuna and the Gullwings, a group of ragtag sphere hunters scoring all kinds of adventure in the new, eternally calm Spira. The Gullwings were comprised of many familiar faces from 10, and the crew traveled around the world in Cid's Celsius, making X-2 the first Final Fantasy to give you airship access from the outset. Sharing the fieldwork with Yuna was her boisterous cousin Riku and the stolid newcomer Pain. After continually outsmarting their rivals, the LeBlanc Syndicate, Yuna and the girls eventually stumbled across a sphere that contained some startling information. Unsure if the images were real, the Gullwings set off to uncover the truth and hopefully find Yuna's lost love. Along the way, they encountered many old friends as well as some eccentric new faces. In the 2 years since Sin was defeated, many new groups had risen to power. Among these, the followers of New Yevon had taken back the holy city of Bavel under the judgment of the Praetor Baralai. The Youth League had rallied many familiar troops behind the banner of the mysterious Maven Nuge, and the charismatic Albed entrepreneur Gipple got you started digging in the desert. Although X-2 drew from a number of modern influences, the combat system relied once again on a Final Fantasy classic, job switching. However, jobs were given a fabulous makeover with the addition of dress spheres and garment grids. Garment grids were similar to very small sphere grids with 2 to 6 empty nodes. Dress spheres contained the powers of the various jobs that could be placed on the garment grids. Once equipped, the girls could freely switch between any of the dress spheres on the grid.
They could only be changed with adjacent spheres, and much like the previous sphere system, passing through different gates unlocked certain temporary powers. The biggest bonus was that outfits could be changed in battle at any time, for the use of only one ability or the remainder of the fight. This made up for the lack of any additional party members beyond Yuna's Angels by allowing truly masterful characters to shine in a number of jobs. 10.2 featured several classic classes such as Warrior, Black Mage, White Mage, and Thief. It expanded the jobs Dark Knight, Gun Mage, Berserker, and Trainer, and took some liberal departures like Gunner, Songstress, and Lady Luck. Each individual dress sphere earned skills like many other job-based installments with ability points. In addition to the integration of dress spheres, 10.2 also featured a mission-based progression system, rather than the traditional linear path. Although there was a main story to follow, players were given the choice to delve into more or less of it by choosing several tasks that inched the plot along or provided some other insight on the updated world of Spira.
Where are all the gammas hiding at, bro?
Were irreversible and had a strong impact on
I'm
later
about
parts
to
of the
server
story,
hop.
both positive and negative. A large percentage of the game itself didn't adhere to the central plotline, which the player may have missed entirely if they're...
I'm about to server hop, not liking my RNG right now. It's been almost 2.5 hours since we last caught a gamma. Not really feeling it. Jack, it's okay, buddy. We have not caught a gamma yet. We cannot end the stream. We have to catch at least one gamma before I end the stream.
Focus was only on following the story. One of the most difficult decisions Yuna made early on was whether or not to side with the Youth League or New Yevon. Multiple endings were also possible depending on the percentage of the game completed. Attaining 100% prompted a bonus ending. When you reached the finale, you had the chance to start over with experienced plus characters that took with them all the items, abilities, and dress spheres that you had at the previous conclusion. Only round 2 dropped the girls back to level 1. Despite the drastic tonal change, 10-2 still had its share of notables. It was, and is, the only game of the core 3D incarnations that featured job switching, as well as the only game in the entire series that allowed you to swap them completely on the fly. In addition, 10-2 is the only direct console sequel in the franchise that featured faces from the original, as well as an all-female cast of playable characters. Join us next week for the only chapter in our 13-part Final Fantasy retrospective in HD. In Part 8, Square brings its community together to journey side by side. The 11th massively multiplayer installment would connect 3 platforms, 12 countries, and let the legions of fans tell their own story online.
I'll be right back, guys.
With the success of massive multiplayer such as Nexus: The Kingdom of the Winds, released in 1996, and Ultima Online following shortly after in 97, it became clear that there was a bright future to be had in online RPGs. In 1999, EverQuest exploded the genre stateside. The same year, and immediately after completing Chrono Cross, Square began to test the waters of the online universe. The developers of the company's first venture into the World Wide Web had quite a task ahead of them. Final Fantasy XI went into public beta testing in Japan in August 2001, only months after the release of Final Fantasy X. 11 was one of the first games produced under Square's all-platforms, all-media ideals. This meant the game was designed to be enjoyed by gamers of different languages, localizations, and even platforms. 11 still remains one of the only MMORPGs to accommodate players from all over the world to engage each other on the same servers rather than making certain regional distinctions. But Square's full plans for global connectivity wouldn't be fulfilled for another 4 years. Final Fantasy XI was officially released for the PlayStation 2 in Japan on May 16, 2002. The project was directed by Koichi Ishii, known for his work with Chocobos throughout the series, and produced by Hiromichi Tanaka. The patrons of the series, executive producer Hironobu Sakaguchi and image designer Yoshitaka Amano, also lent their expertise to the project. Nobuyoshi Mihara joined the team as a lead character designer, and Kumi Tanioka and Noishi Mizuta assisted Nobuo Uematsu with the massive score. Mizuta ultimately composed the music for the expansion packs that followed. At launch, Final Fantasy XI began the saga of Vana'diel and the continuing mystery of its creation. Long ago, saddened by the vanity of an ancient people known as the Xylart, the goddess Altana cried 5 tears, which bore unique races that would eventually form the backbones of 3 mighty nations. Without warning, a being known as the Shadow Lord released hordes of evil forces against the territories from his obsidian throne in Zarkabard. Each struggled with their own battles until the Archduke of Juno, a fledgling metropolis, united the nations under one banner, and eventually the Shadow Lord was subjugated.
story of 11 began 20 years later. Players started by choosing their race, nation, and name. Servers were assigned, and world passes were needed for friends who wanted to play in the same realm. After a brief introductory cutscene, the inexperienced adventurers were faced with an expansive city to explore, and a hefty quest to begin.
Yeah, I got a good jacket for you.
In the west, the Quan continent gave rise to the Republic of Basto and the Kingdom of Sandoria. Basto,
There you
youngest
go.
of the nations,
Enjoy.
was a place of
Enjoy your
ingenuity and
treat.
development, and home to Sid the Engineer. Carved into the mountains of Gustaberg and nestled against the southern shore, Basto relied on invention to battle the elements. Here, the innovative Humes researched new technologies as well as studied the artifacts of the past, while the mighty Galka sought refuge from a civilization abandoned and forgotten. To the north, in the forests of Ronfar, the ancient kingdom of Sandoria stood as a testament of time. The once proud empire had fallen to years of turmoil and political intrigue, complete with
I am not sure what just happened. I think my internet disconnected. I'm not sure if I'm still streaming or not. But if I am, what is up, guys? Welcome back. Sorry, I think my internet just disconnected. I'm not sure what happened. Not sure what just happened. But it looks like it's fixed now. I just hope that you guys can hear me and see me. I hope everything is working fine. Alright, gang, we got 30 minutes. I'm gonna stream for 30 more minutes. We have 30 minutes to find a gamma. 30 minutes to find a gamma. Or I will just have to find one off of stream. Yo, check out this Mochibi with no face. Did you guys see that? Yo, look at the Mochibi with no face. Shiny Mochibi with no face, yo. Shiny Mochibi with no face. Are you guys noticing this? Alright, it finally has a face. I have many screenshots of it without a face, though. Shiny Mochibi. Shiny Mochibi. Hey, what's up, Owen? What is up, bro? Welcome to the live stream, my dude. So if any of you guys watching play Pokemon trading card game, play the Pokemon TCG, I have like 1,000 of these to give away at some point. I completed the entire set of Shining Legends. I have every Pokemon card set since the original base set graded 9 or higher. Yes, I PvP, bro. PvP is my favorite. I love the PvP, bro. It is what I do. Are you challenging me? You want to battle, Owen? I'll battle you, bro. I don't care. Tell me when you're in game and tell me what your username is and I'll travel to you. I'll battle you, bro. I'm gonna battle you with a team of Pro-Pay. I got 5 Pro-Pay. Can you beat my team of 5 Pro-Pay? I don't know. Might be a little hard, bro. No one has ever defeated my team of 5 Pro-Pay. You just can't handle it. No one can, bro. No one can handle my team of Pro-Pays. They instantly forfeit, bro, when they see it. They're like, oh no, not all Pro-Pay. Forfeit. My propay are scary, yo. Alright, let me assemble my team. I'm going to black the screen for a second, just so you know. Give me 1 second, bros. Should I go with my new experimental team? Or should I go for my tried and true? He is probably going to clap me. But I feel like this is a funny team to use. I feel like this is funny. This will be a funny troll. Pug Grub Pub is not working. P-U-G-G R-U-B R-U-B P-U-B. That, am I typing it right? P-U-G-G-R-U-B P-U-G-G-R-U-B P-U-B. I don't think this person is online. Here, I'll go to the Battle Coliseum and you just follow me. My username is Alex_Poucher. It's in the video description and there's a chat command. I am at the ship where you requested I go, bro. I have unmuted Zart. Zart, you are unmuted. Yes, I am ready to lose, bro. I am Trash-Ola. I am Big Boy Trash. We cannot do comp because I'm using a team of all propay, bro. So we'll just do casual, block that stuff, accept. My troll team is not competitive ready, bro. I cannot do competitive. I do not have a competitive ready team.
Heaven's Tower.
This guy is stream sniping. Yo, do not watch the stream while you battle, bro. That is not cool. Hang on, guys. I have a feeling this guy is cheating. So, let me just do this real fast. Sorry, guys. I killed his Ursel. I almost one-shotted his Mutagon. He probably should have not done that. Oh, he switched to Tyrex. I am messing up his Tyrex pretty bad. I have killed his Tyrex. He has yet to kill one of my looms. Perfect. Killed his Avitross. Killed his Mutagon. Oh, no, I did not. I thought for sure he was gonna die. Lucky boy. Lucky boy. Gobbydemic is dead. Killed his Mutagon. Alex Poucher won of the match. Better luck next time, bro. Better luck next time.
A giant magical tree. After the ravages of the Crystal War, several Mithra, known for their agility and instinct, sought solace among the Taru and were granted haven within Windurst. Connecting the continents in the midst of a massive span of bridges sat the Grand Duchy of Juno. This once meager fishing village was lifted from obscurity by the Archduke Camlino and his advanced technology. The spiraling city was a focal point for adventurers and provided air travel to the major nations. XI borrowed numerous conventions, including a number of different adventuring types, party-oriented fighting, and attaining powerful gear, as well as improving on several aspects of the genre, including chat systems, monster aggression, character weight and animation, and item creation. XI also featured in-game cutscenes that triggered when certain conditions were met, and it employed a fairly intuitive auto-translation system, both of which are still unique to Final Fantasy XI. In order to see the wilds of Vana'diel, players were once again called upon to master various jobs. XI is one of the first MMORPGs to allow players to completely change their online professions, while maintaining previously earned experience. In addition, players can unlock the ability to set a sub-job from any of the classes they had previously leveled. These were always capped at half of the player's main job. Balance became a big issue in the ever-changing online world. The jobs had to look and feel like their traditional Final Fantasy counterparts, while maintaining an equal playing ground for characters of similar levels. As a result, some received a noticeable shift in power. Classic jobs or abilities were incorporated into other jobs due to their specificity or limitations, as well as trying to make 50+ levels worth of time playing that job interesting, such as a red mage's ability to enchant weapons and cast spells traditionally dubbed time magic.
At the start of their adventures,
Your
players
brother
choose
killed a
from 6
blue
Final Fantasy
shiny
bases,
Mochi
each
Bee?
easily filling
Sorry
up
to
their
hear that, bro.
Warriors
That
serve as
sucks.
solid tanks, monks brawled with the enemy face to face, thieves
That's
maneuver
why
themselves
you
for
should
expert
always
damage,
have a
white mages
Loomian
were
that
naturally
knows
adept healers,
spare
black
with
mages
you at
blasted
all
the enemy
times.
from range, and red mages were their usual jacks of all trade. After accruing experience, players had the option to undergo another Final Fantasy tradition, searching for new jobs. After seeking out a specific NPC and performing any number of tasks, level 30 players could follow the paths of the Paladin, Summoner, Dark Knight, Bard, Ranger, or Beastmaster. Although 11's focus was certainly multiplayer, there was a fairly linear story that unearthed the origins of Vana'diel. Each nation had its own set of missions and its own point of view of the beginnings of the main story, which told of the treachery of the Beastmen as they attempted to call forth the Shadow Lord within their respective strongholds. Completing these missions increased the player's rank and bestowed certain privileges, such as the ability to ride an airship. While gathering experience, players could also participate in Conquest, which earned glory for their nation and presents for their packs. Players could rise to level 50, and a number of important quests were hinged on level requirements. At 18, you could acquire your sub-job, at 20, attempt to tame a chocobo, and at 30, start hunting for extra jobs. While chocobos served their usual purpose of easing the cross-continent strain, friendly Moogles were given the important duty of keeping track of your online affairs, including switching jobs, managing your inventory, and furnishing your own online abode, which could be decorated with furniture and various objects. In addition to Final Fantasy XI passing over the Pacific, Vana'diel's borders were first expanded in 2003. Rise of the Xylart, originally entitled Visions of Jurat, was released in Japan at the same time as the US release of Final Fantasy XI, which included both the original Japanese launch content as well as its first pack of bonus material. The level cap of 50 was lifted, and after players completed some fairly arduous tasks, they could advance themselves to level 75. Rank was also increased from 6 to 10, and players could now complete the sagas of their various nations, which required them to trek through many of the new regions. The world of Vana'diel got another familiar Final Fantasy wash with the addition of artifact armor. On the climb from 50 to 60, players could complete a series of quests that rewarded them with powerful sets of armor germane to their given job. The artifact armor was steeped in Final Fantasy mythology. White mages wore white robes trimmed in red, warriors bore limber red plates, black mages donned conical caps, and red mages sported familiar regalia. If that uphill climb wasn't enough for dedicated fans, Rise of the Xylart also permitted training as a samurai, ninja, and finally dragoon. In addition to conquering new jobs, summoners could also master their own. Rise of the Xylart brought Vana'diel's celestial avatars from their slumber. With a strong party, players could challenge these beings for a number of rewards, including the ability to summon them in battle. For proper balance, each of the avatars was aligned to one of the elements that govern the game. Truly masterful summoners could also hope to conquer Fenrir, one of Vana'diel's terrestrial guardians.
A red Halloween Dusket is worth more than a Gamma Wiki
Players could
Wiki.
also visit the tropical Mithra homeland Kazam, as well as the
If
ravaged
you
Galvan
have the
capital
Gamma
and the
Wiki
pirate
Wiki, that's a
Benor,
good deal.
where another Final Fantasy All-Star dwelled.
But if
The
you
saga
have
of
the
Vana'diel
Halloween
also
Dusket,
continued
that's a
on in
bad
series
deal.
of new missions designed specifically for the Rise of the Xylart content, which spanned a massive amount of terrain, eventually enabling the player to activate a portal
That's a
to
good
Luia,
deal
the
if you
ancient
have the
southern Xylart
Gamma Wiki
capital.
Wiki.
In 2004, the world grew again with the release of the second expansion, Chains of Promathia, in the US and Europe. Chains of Promathia began an intense and complicated series of missions that started tying up many of the mysteries put forth up to that point. It told the story of a Tabnazian girl named Preesh, a dark and sinister young boy, a gathering emptiness, and a long
if you have the Gamma Wiki Wiki, I would do that.
Promathia. While no untouched landmasses appeared in Vana'diel, new areas were discovered by adventurers for the first time. These included many that were accessible by everyone, and after the completion of certain missions, they could attempt to visit the ransacked countryside of Tabnazia, seek refuge in the survivors' safehold, explore the destruction at Cape Revern, and eventually open the gateway to the celestial capital Altair. Even though no new jobs were released with Chains of Promathia, the expansion contained a wealth of content. Promathia was also notably more difficult than prior adventures, requiring an enormous amount of time, commitment, skill, and friends willing to help you out. The payoff was well worth the effort, as Promathia rewarded players with new exclusive areas to explore and plenty of plot puzzles to solve. Diligent summoners could also attempt to challenge and command a new avatar after certain mission requirements were met. Square finally fulfilled its original promise of all platforms, all media in 2006 with the release of the third expansion pack, Treasures of Otter Gone. Along with the expansion, 11 was also released for the Xbox 360, marking the first time a Final Fantasy game was available for each console on the market. The expansion opened up the waters to the Eastern Empire of Otter Gone, a land even more shrouded in secrets than Vana'diel. Ruled by the enigmatic Empress Najmira, the fortified city of Al-Zabi guarded a mysterious artifact known as the Astral Candescence, which provided its citizens with enhanced powers and was under constant siege by hostile new invaders. Otter Gone also provided new jobs to master with the addition of the eagerly awaited Blue Mage and newcomers Corsair and Puppet Master.
Yo, Alpha Gleam Worm, yo.
Treasures of
Alpha Gleam Event Worm right here, boys. That is our 6th alpha, our 2nd event alpha, counter number 749. Let's go ahead and put him to sleep. Alpha Gleam Worm caught. Where are the gammas hiding at? 15 minutes.
Otter Gone took notice of current MMOs on the market and drastically curbed the difficulty levels from Chains of Promathia. Each area in the expansion was available for all players, provided they could survive the trek, and hunting in the wilds was quicker and more efficient due to a number of new system changes, such as the inclusion of an experience bonus, as long as the city maintained possession of the Astral Candescence. Since then, a number of small content additions were added that are not technically part of any expansion. These included raiding the Dream Realm of Dynamis, certain seasonal events, and PvP excursions like Ballista. Treasures of Otter Gone added a number of other games and events that focused more on teamwork, such as Besieged, Assault, and Salvage. Several technical changes were also made, including infamous attempts to rebalance some of the jobs. Eventually, a reduction was made to many of the difficulty aspects of the missions from Chains of Promathia. Chocobo breeding and racing became available, and the option to choose a server upon character creation was added.
I will get a gamma soon, bro. I will get one very soon, hopefully.
As it stands today, the community of Final Fantasy XI is over 4 million strong, with hundreds of thousands of adventurers heading online every day. Starting in 2004, Square sponsored an annual fan festival where players could leave their virtual selves behind and greet their online allies in person. The events following have included live multiplayer challenges, cosplay contests, concerts from the Star Onions, a band starring 2 of the composers from the game, and sneak peeks at upcoming expansions. Despite featuring the most elaborate storyline and immense world map the series has ever seen, Final Fantasy XI was generally shunned by even the most dedicated fans of the franchise.
Yo, Blue Mochibi, yo.
In the
Alpha Gleam Worm, yo. Almost back to back with the other Alpha Gleam. Let's go.
numeral legacy. Criticisms were mostly laid
Yo.
on the persistent grinding needed to ascend through the game's ranks.
This worm is a secret ability. We had a Alpha Gleam worm, an Alpha Gleam Mochibi, and now a secret ability Mochibi back to back to back. Let's go.
Ranks, along with numerous unpredictable elements common to online play. Final Fantasy XI is also a very unforgiving experience, making you work your tail off for most of the landmarks in each jog.
So to figure out if the worm is secret ability or not, it's quite easy. Because its secret ability is defensive priority, which means at the very beginning of the battle, it's going to raise its own stats. So if you're out in the wild hunting and you happen to see a worm raise its stats, then you know that worm is a secret ability. That's how you can tell. Not all Loomians can you tell. Some of them you cannot tell until you catch them. But Worm, you can tell if it's SA or not before you catch them. Just watch if it does defensive priority before the battle. If it does, it's SA. If it doesn't, it's not SA.
Its progression. But some would argue that that's what makes its achievements so rewarding when the battle is finally won. Contributions from the active population and extensive expansions like Wing...
I am probably not going to grind for Gamma Nimuru. I had 200 cakes, and I used all 200 of them, and I didn't get a Gleam one or a Gamma one. And honestly, I just don't want to farm all those cake points again. It was quite boring. So, no, I probably won't farm Gamma Nimuru.
of the goddess ensured that Vana'diel would keep growing as long as there were heroes brave enough to protect its lands and adventurers bold enough to seek out its secrets. Join us next week as we make a pilgrimage to the plains of Ivalice, a world epic enough to cross over 4 entire games. These include the original Tactical Voyage, an action-adventure murder mystery, a handheld fairy tale, and the 12th and most recent installment in this groundbreaking franchise. Game director Yasumi Matsuno began his career at a development company called Quest that produced games on multiple platforms from the NES to the Sega Saturn. There, he originated the Ogre Battle series that started with March of the Black Queen in 1993. He also designed Tactics Ogre, Let Us Cling Together for the PlayStation, and the strategy franchise would release 3 additional games without his supervision. In 1995, Matsuno left Quest to join Square, and began production on a title encompassing the grid-based combat and job-leveling party structure Ogre Battle had previously made famous. Abandoning Ogre's kingdom of Valeria, this new endeavor had to take place in another world, a land Matsuno named Ivalice. Gamers first set foot on its world map in Final Fantasy Tactics, released in Japan 5 months after Final Fantasy VII.
Tactics was welcomed into the Final Fantasy fold by project producer Hironobu Sakaguchi and designer Hiroyuki Ito. Akihiko Yoshida designed the characters after working with Matsuno on both Ogre Battle and Tactics Ogre. The score was composed by Masaharu Iwata and Hitoshi Sakamoto. The story in Tactics was told by the historian Al-Islam, who sought to understand and communicate the events that led to the Lion War. Following a 50-year conflict and the death of the king, a race began to fill the throne of Ivalice. Prince Goltana of the Black Lion clan strove to install Princess Ovelia as Ivalice's true ruler, while Prince Larg of the White Lions supported the yet-of-age Prince Orinas, believing him to be the rightful heir. Amid the tumultuous political landscape was a boy named Ramza, from the noble Beowulf family. A young and naive aristocrat.
Yo guys, do you sometimes get cold at night? Like, do you sometimes get cold? You wish like you had a warmer shirt to wear? Or do you guys sometimes get tired of using the same cup or the same glass every day to drink out of? Isn't that just boring, wearing the same shirt all the time or drinking out of the same cup? Well, if you think that's the case, then Gamma Gang merch is what you need in your life. Gamma Gang merch will keep you warm. It'll keep everything you drink nice and hot or nice and cold. Gamma Gang merch is what is missing in your life. There it is. Gamma Gang merch, guys. Dropping next week, yo. We got 4 minutes left to boost. 4 minutes.
Who would later become a mercenary. In the opening battle, he failed to protect Ovelia and witnessed her being kidnapped by his childhood commoner friend Alita Hyrule, who was previously presumed to be dead. With nothing left to believe in, Ramza embarked on a journey to recover the princess and uncover Delita's intentions.
Gamma Gang merch for Roblox is coming soon, bros.
Religious turmoil, demons, and the mysterious power of 12 Zodiac Stones. Unlike other series spin-offs, Tactics employed a battle scheme that was completely unique to the franchise. The skirmishes were still turn-based, but along with selecting an active ability, players had to be conscious of where their forces were placed on the battlefield. A blue highlighted area represented the boundaries of each character's movement, and their attack order was determined by a charge time meter. Each battle assigned you a different number of party members, but the team total always surpassed 4, sometimes encompassing 6 or more, a series first. While the fighting was a departure from what fans were used to, the class system in Tactics was a classic upgrade from Final Fantasy V. Squire and Chemist were the base jobs, evolving into warrior and mage roles respectively. Black mages were called wizards, white mages were dubbed priests, and dragoons went by lancers, but the jobs monk, archer, time mage, summoner, dancer, bard, samurai, ninja, and geomancer remained intact. And along with new professions Oracle, Mediator, and Calculator, there were 9 unique job classes that belonged to the several special characters that joined your ranks, from the sharpshooting engineer Mustadio to the fetching holy knight Agrias. The overworld map was completely linear, and random battles only took place when your crew passed through designated green waypoints on the path. Towns could only be accessed through a menu interface, with available options including accepting side quests, buying new equipment, poaching monsters, and recruiting new party members. Despite being created outside of the core series, Tactics still retained many Roman numeral niceties. Chocobos were still the preferred method of travel, though only in battle and in cutscenes. Cid appeared as Cidolfus T.G. Cid Orlandu, a knight and hero of the 50-Year War, who joined Ramza and his crew under the player's discretion. Even Cloud Strife himself stumbled into the story, complete with a convenient case of amnesia, and a stock of familiar-looking limit breaks, given that you found his materia blade, of course. While Tactics was slightly obscured by the wake of 7, it's still one of the most revered titles to bear the Final Fantasy name. The gameplay was considered gloriously diverse, the job system endlessly adjustable, and the graphical detail in the environments and attacks some of the best on the system. About the only thing that was universally disliked about Tactics was the patchy English translation, which led many gamers and reviewers to become disconnected with the plot. But the story wasn't over, and gamers would soon return to Ivalice, whether they knew they were doing so or not.
The boost is all gone. Do I boost some more? Oh my god, we haven't found one gamma. That is unacceptable. Unacceptable. We must find gamma. Must find gamma. Gamma gang, yo. Gotta find a gamma. At least one gamma.
Vagrant Story was released in Japan on February 10, 2000. The one-man dungeon runner didn't have Final Fantasy in its title or even in its subtext, but took place around the kingdom of Valendia, which rested in a continent north of the expanded Ivalice from future games. The story followed Ashley Riot, an agent for the VKP, or
my
Valendia
rarest find,
and his new inexperienced partner,
probably.
While relentlessly chasing a religious fanatic,
I found a propay.
Ashley frequently crossed paths.
I found a propay in Gale Forest. I did find a propay one time in Gale Forest. It took me a few minutes, but I did it. And I think I might have even found it on live stream. I'm not sure. But I'm pretty sure I took like 1,000 screenshots. Because I didn't think anybody would believe me. But I did it. I did manage to catch a propay. And I took a screenshot for proof. Oh, you got a pure sluggish twilight? I've been looking for one of those for about, I don't know, 10 months now. I haven't been able to find it yet. But with a little bit more trying on my part, I'm eventually going to do it.
paths with the Crimson Blades, an arm of the Cardinals Knights of the Cross, and their leader Guildenstern. The aim of the story's villains was to achieve immortality by harnessing a force known as the Darkness, a plague which had laid waste to Leamon and turned its victims into the Walking Dead. Vagrant's story was more of an action affair, but it was still full of careful tactical brawls and highly customizable weapons. Enemy encounters opened up a wireframe battlesphere, and anything inside it was deemed close enough to strike or shoot. Weapons could be disassembled, gems could be infused, and magic spells or enchanted attacks could be recalled
You need to go
from
outside and go
torture
potty?
and fragment in memory. At its release, Vagrant's story was not compared to Final Fantasy titles because its vague relation was not yet realized. But several elements made the action-adventure stand above its contemporaries. Its script was a vast improvement over Tactics. It delved into religious tones that Square previously extinguished when localizing its games, and the comic book-inspired art style was a departure from other fantasy projects on the PlayStation.
What? Can you go outside?
6 years after the release of Tactics, gamers were taken back to its ever-transforming realm in Final Fantasy Tactics.
Wow, a Gamma Rome? That guy is poor. Imagine he only has 1 or 2 Gamma Romes. Imagine he only has like 2 or 3 Gamma Romes. Owen James probably has the lowest GR of anybody here. I think the lowest GR is like 25 here. Imagine bragging having 1 Gleam room or 1 Gamma room. Yo, oof, you forgot very dull. And very dull from a death. Imagine coming on somebody's stream and trying to brag that you have a gamma roam. I should have flexed on him. I should have flexed on the guy. It's okay, Shadow. I will never have a Gamma Nimiru. I've already come to terms with it. I really wanted one to make a video for the channel, but after I used all those cakes, I just kind of gave up on it, bro. I just kind of gave up on that. Hey guys, here I am. Yeah. Yeah, I'm sitting in a weird shadow right now. Sorry about that. This guy is still in chat, bro. Should I show him all the gamma roams? Should I flex? Oh, are you being serious, Oof? I thought you were just joking, bro. Oh, right on, bro. I didn't know you were being serious. Why did a dev gift it to you? And who are you for the devs to be gifting you something? Are you a streamer? Are you a dev? Are you also a dev? Shawchi is 1 in 10. Shawchi is 1 and 10. It's not that rare. It is route rare on Route 3. It is the route rare, but it's not that rare to find. It's 1 in 10. And there's a 1 in 50 chance that it is holding a mystic wand. Shawchi is not hard to find though. If you go to Route 3 and run around for 5 minutes, you'll find a couple of them. I Like Turtles doesn't know what to do. They wish they had a new hoodie, a new mug, and they have an old sticker that won't stick anymore, and whatever shall they do? Well, I think the most obvious answer is copying that new Gamma Gang Fire merch that's about to drop next week. You can take care of being cold and having an old hoodie. You can get this new Gamma Gang hoodie. Also, if you have a cold drink and you want it to be hot again, just put it in that Gamma Gang coffee mug and it'll make that drink hot again. Because anything that goes into that mug becomes fire. And yo, those Gamma Gang stickers, they will stick to everything and anything. You can stick the Gamma Gang sticker onto another Gamma Gang sticker and it's sticker inception. Stickerception, yo. Stickers on stickers, bro. Be sure to cop that new limited edition Rainbow Wisp themed Gamma Gang merch next week, yo. Merch coming soon. Christmas Ikazune on its own is not that valuable because there's a lot of them around, so they're not hard to find. So they probably have the same value as a standard roam, maybe a little higher since they're event, but I mean they're not that expensive and not that rare. But if you start talking about gleaming Christmas Ikazuns or SA Christmas Ikazuns or Gamma Christmas Ikazuns, then those are more rare and they are expensive and they do have a good GR value. I'm good on the Gleam Dorogo. I have one, I think. Yo, where are the Gammas hiding at, bro? It's been almost 800 encounters without a Gamma. No, I have not caught a Gamma yet. Does it say I caught a Gamma? Because if it says that, it's a lie. It is a lie, bros. Don't believe it. Don't believe that. And event should be 2. That should be 0.
Advance in 2003. With the exception of Matsuno and Sakamoto returning, the design team was new to Ivalice and to Final Fantasy. The never-ending story of Tactics Advance was quite different from others in the saga. It told of 4 children, Marsh, Ritz, Moot, and Donut, who lived in the quiet mountain town of contemporary Saint Ivalice, each with their own insurmountable set of hurdles. After stumbling across a battered book that turned out to be an ancient magical tome known as the Grand Grimoire, which was a prominent item in Vagrant's story, the children fabricated a fantasy world based on their personal challenges and boundless imagination. Advance harkened back to a number of conventions introduced in Tactics. The maps,
Turtle
and
is in
graphical
their
touches
shell.
were basically in the same style as the original, but the battle and job systems were also similar with some minor or distinct changes. Tactics Advance introduced Ivalice to a number of new races that would become mainstays of the realm. The reptilian Bonga, the mystic Numu, the spiritual Viera, and of course, friendly Moogles. Instead of one circle of jobs that all characters could choose from, each race now had their own circle that comprised its own selection of unique jobs, as well as variations on previous standards. Like in Tactics, some jobs became available after certain conditions were met, and different abilities could be swapped once they were mastered. The battle system retained its turn-based roots, subtly incorporating aspects of the new job improvements. Movement and order were still a major tactical factor, as well as the positioning and timing of abilities. The most significant change in the pace of battles was the inclusion of laws that restricted various abilities that could be used in each encounter. Each skirmish was presided over by a judge who maintained the laws of the battleground.
Laws varied and could range from being a simple nuisance to an incredible hindrance. Characters that broke the laws of the engagement were warned, and if multiple infractions occurred, penalized or even jailed. Obeying the laws and staying on the favorable side of the judges awarded characters with judge points that could be cashed for a number of different uses. Eventually, with the help of the haughty know-it-all Ezel, players could combat the iron fist of the judges with law cards and anti-law cards. Law cards allowed players to add laws in the hopes of restricting enemy abilities, and anti-law cards canceled out existing law cards in play. The only areas of Ivalice that remained free of the judge's jurisdiction were dangerous zones known as the Jagd, which is German for the hunt. Upon arriving in Ivalice, Marsh was met by the Mughal Mont Blanc, who introduced him to clans and their respective wars. Marsh had the option to name his clan and help it to grow and prosper throughout the course of the game. Rival clans often challenged him for supremacy and competed in various tournaments. The clan itself consisted of all the characters the players had amassed. Different members could come and go as the missions were completed, and be dispatched on singular missions for loot, items, and other spoils. The world map of Tactics Advance was certainly the most malleable of the series, allowing for the player to customize the landscape with different area icons. Placing specific areas near others occasionally unearthed treasures that could be plundered by searching the zone. Cid played dual roles in Advance, first appearing as Moot's father in St. Ivalice. As an unemployed drunk, his persona was a polar opposite from his position of Judge Magister and husband to the Queen, when the kids made the crossover through the grimoire. Tactics Advance also introduced the world of Ivalice to a number of mysterious otherworldly guardians, first known as Totema. In addition to the pantheon accessible by the traditional Final Fantasy summoner, the Totema were powerful beings that could be called forth to damage all enemies on the battlefield. Each race had its companion totem that could be summoned when a character attained 10 judge points. These games showed followers of the Final Fantasy franchise yet another world to absorb, one that was stacked with plot layers and hidden connections for those that persistently played all three. But for those that dismissed them as spin-offs and bypassed Final Fantasy XI for its multiplayer sacrilege, only one thing mattered: the true single-player follow-up to Final Fantasy X. Unbeknownst to this impatient army, the release date of the next core Final Fantasy, which started development in 2001, would be delayed a series record 4 times. This created a development gap of 4 agonizing years, the longest fans ever waited for another installment. Matsuno was originally assigned to direct the project, but bowed out in the summer of 2005 due to health reasons. Gamers waited and hoped. Final Fantasy XII was released in Japan on March 16, 2006, and crossed the shores to North America in October of the same year. Although Final Fantasy XII's Ivalice was most similar to the Ivalice in Tactics Advance, the majority of the design team from the original Tactics and Vagrant story returned. Matsuno's duties were split between Hiroyuki Ito and Tactics art director Hiroshi Minagawa. Akihiko Yoshida designed the characters, and Hitoshi Sakamoto composed the score. Series legends Yoshitaka Amano and Nobuo Uematsu had very little to do with 12, contributing basically the title logo and theme song, respectively. Told through the eyes of the bright youth Vaughn, 12 followed the plight of the dethroned princess Ashelia of Dalmasca and her pilgrimage to reclaim her birthright and right the wrongs inflicted upon her homeland by the ever-expanding Arcadian Empire, led by the aging Emperor Gromms and his ruthless, power-hungry son Vayne. After the murder of her husband and prince of a neighboring kingdom, Ashe went into hiding under the guise of suicide. When the Empire eventually captured her kingdom of Dalmasca...
So, I really like Final Fantasy VIII. I really love Zelda Ocarina of Time on the N64.
foppish sky
I
pirate
love the
Balthier,
original
his
Zelda
Sierra
on the
companion
NES.
Fremen, and the disgraced Captain Bosch.
I
who was
love
believed to have
Assassin's
assassinated
Creed
Dalmascus
Black
King
Flag.
Romulus
Black
over the
Flag
fateful
was
treaty signing of
amazing.
the Empire. Eventually, the Upstarts joined with the Resistance led by Ash's uncle, the Marquis Andor.
There are
ruler
so
of the
many
opulent Sky
games.
City of Kujava. In addition
Morrowind,
to his opposition to the
The
Empire,
Elder Scrolls
Andor was also
Morrowind
responsible for compiling
is
a collection
amazing.
of memoirs that served as a structural narration throughout the progression of 12, similar to Al-Islam's role in Tactics. 12 also sported a number of supporting, non-playable characters that had detailed and well-developed personas and intricate backstories. Among them were the little Lord Larsa, heir apparent and younger brother of Vayne, the steadfast Judge Gabranth, Bosch's zealous twin brother, and the swashbuckling Redis, notorious sky pirate and patron of the town of Balfenheim. In a reversal from his usual helpful nature, Cid was one of the party's many adversaries in 12, as a megalomaniacal scientist responsible for building Arcadia's airship fleet. Two of 12's system breakthroughs were truly milestones for the series. 12 marked the first time a solo 3D world could be manipulated with a free-roaming camera. This allowed the player to have full range of motion and vision for the characters at all times. In addition, a new battle system was designed to accommodate a more immediate and intuitive playstyle, similar to the online engagements of Final Fantasy XI. 12 introduced active dimension battles, which eliminated random encounters completely. All enemies were now visible and subject to rules of aggression.
Yo,
Although
April,
characters
what's
could be
up, bro?
controlled
Welcome
manually,
to the stream,
12
my dude.
incorporated a macro-like
April
system for
Steven,
inactive characters
what is up, bro?
called gambits, which allowed them to act on their own in real time based on a number of criteria. As different sections of the gambit formula were purchased or found, more complex gambits could be made. This allowed for fast and fierce battles that required very little downtime. Vaughn and his compatriots added their experience to a leveling system called the License Grid. Tying to the theme of law and judgment, the License Grid required characters to purchase permissions to use different spells, weapons, and armor. Characters still increased in level, although abilities were acquired solely through obtaining licenses. Regardless of the experience total certain enemies yielded upon death, the license points awarded were relatively standard, making the grind for abilities painless. However, due to certain plot restrictions relating to when certain abilities could be obtained or purchased, grinding license points sometimes became futile and unnecessary. The Ivalice of 12 maintained many concepts of Tactics Advance, which was the first time two Ivalices bore apparent similarities. The new races introduced in Advance returned in more intricate and expansive capacities. Judges played a very large role in 12, and several areas, such as the Yags, were explored or referred to. Mont Blanc also made a side appearance as well, as the leader of Clan Centurio, which aided Vaughn in his monster hunting endeavors. Mont Blanc's appearance also solidified that the timelines of 12 and Tactics Advance were relatively close, Tactics Advance likely being the prequel. Another aspect of Advance that carried over was the introduction of a completely new pantheon of summonable creatures, known as Espers. 12 marked the first time a given term was repeated to describe summoned creatures, as well as the first time in the numeric series, since summoning was introduced, that featured a totally different group of mystical beings. Shiva, Ifrit, and Ramu were replaced with Madius, Belias, and Adramelech, among others. Elemental strengths became less of a focus, as each Esper corresponded with the sign of the zodiac. Each Esper needed to be bound to a given character. Once selected, the choice could not be undone. In addition to the pure strength of the summoned creature, the characters could also unleash quickenings, powerful chain attacks that drew upon their mystical energy.
Should Empire join with Empire, the way will open for a new Ivalice in our time.
12 continued to move forward and refine Final Fantasy's voice acting. Extremely long pauses, odd vocalizations, and other glitchy elements were drastically minimized. The voices were brought down from the exaggerations of 10 and given a more legitimate tone. Even more heavy hitters in the voiceover community continued to flesh out the cast. John DiMaggio, who lent his talents to 10 as well, was followed by fellow Futurama alumnus Phil Lamar, who brought life to Redis.
As part of the 20th anniversary celebration, 12 was given a brief makeover for its international release in August of 2007. The license grid was replaced with the Zodiac job system, which required characters to choose one of 12 smaller grids that corresponded to a particular job and sign of the Zodiac.
What game are you playing?
Guest characters and espers can now be controlled by the player. New Gambit spells and licenses were incorporated, and a new Game
Islands
Plus feature was
Combat?
added, similar to Final
Is
Fantasy
that a
X.
Roblox game? I never played it.
It's unknown whether the release calendar of the 4 Ivalice games so far is indicative of the chronological telling of Ivalice's story. Tactics takes place on a peninsula closed in by the land of Ordalia to the east. Vagrant Story runs through the city of Leamond and continually references the kingdom of Valendia. Tactics Advance is hard to assimilate geographically in the timeline because the map is constructed by the player.
I released a box of Gamma starters.
And Ordalia, with
I had a full box of Gamma starters,
within them completely changed.
and just
It
for the
also contains
lulz,
several
I
locations
released them all
plotted
into
in
the
Tactics
wild.
Advance.
That's
This led
the only
fans
thing
to
you
assume that
missed.
The block of land in the original Tactics sits on the west rim of the 12 map, possibly revealing that the Ivalice in the first PlayStation game expanded across several continents while growing over time into the overworld on the PS2. Several facts both support and destroy this theory. The bestiary in Final Fantasy XII was compiled by a woman with the last name Merlos, who might be a relative to the heroine in Vagrant Story, or Callow herself. And several of the items in Vagrant Story allude to characters from Tactics in Return. But according to Tactics, Mughals are extinct, so their inclusion in Final Fantasy XII might force the original Ivalice adventure to the end of the timeline. There are numerous theories, and none of them are correct until confirmed by
I
the
hope you
developers.
get the world
But
record,
here's one
bro.
we found the most interesting. Suppose
And
Tactics
yeah, I
and
did
Vagrant Story
actually.
were precursors to Tactics Advance, with the non-Mughal religious era eventually transforming into Saint Ivalice, similar to how Constantinople became Istanbul. Then Moot and friends created.
If you
want to
see me release an entire box of Gamma starters, just rewind the stream about 20 minutes.
Like the Bonga and Vieira. They eventually returned home, but what if this dream dimension lived on and set the stage for Final Fantasy XII? The developers have confirmed several times that Tactics, Tactics Advance, Vagrant Story, and Final Fantasy XII all take place in the same world. But the order and relation of these chapters in Ivalice still remains a mystery. Hopefully, the sequels that have yet to be released will shed some light on the subject. In December of 2006, Square initiated the Ivalice Alliance, a series of titles all linked together by the continuing narrative of Matsuno's world. Its first entry, Final Fantasy XII Revenant Wings, was released on April 26, 2007 in Japan. The DS RTS was unlike any previous FF release, handheld or otherwise, engaging the player in complex real-time face-offs with touchpad controls. Final Fantasy Tactics A2, another DS battle simulator, is currently under development and will be placed chronologically behind Final Fantasy XII. And a remake of the original PlayStation Crusade launched on the PSP subtitled The War of the Lions. The portable port featured new items, jobs, and full-motion cutscenes detailing major plot developments and boss encounters. However, the 6 chapters in the saga of Ivalice eventually come together. The kingdom itself stands as the most expansive setting ever created in the Final Fantasy universe, and even more adventures could lie in waiting. The name Ivalice only vaguely represents a solitary region of its planet's surface, so as the Alliance marches on, there's no telling where it will end. Next week, we go beyond the franchise into the entities that sit at the
Bro,
end
go for
of
the
what's
world
considered
record,
canon.
bro.
These random experiments include a handheld adventure, a mystical quest,
Get
a
the
surprisingly
world
long
record
string of
tonight,
Chocobo
bro.
trials,
You
and
gotta
various
get it
franchise
tonight.
leaps from the small set to the silver screen.
It took 4 years for Final Fantasy to branch out beyond the franchise. Its move to the American NES in 1990 began budding its worldwide appeal, and its evolution on the Super Famicom in 1991 established it as a returning entity gamers could depend on and look forward to. Super Mario Land for the Game Boy in 1989 invited all of Nintendo's brightest to sacrifice color and continuity for the promise of owning gamers' pockets across the planet. The first spin-off in the series was released in Japan as Seiken Densetsu Final Fantasy Gaiden, which could be translated as Holy Sword Legend Final Fantasy Side Story. The name Seiken Densetsu was actually trademarked by Square in 1987, the same year the first Final launched in Japan, but was saved until the Game Boy game's working title, Geminites, was dropped. Gaiden arrived in stores on June 8, 1991, 1 month before Final Fantasy IV. Seiken Densetsu was released for the Game Boy in America on November 1st as Final Fantasy Adventure. It was Koichi Ishii's first directorial project, and the first fantasy writer Yoshinori Kitase ever worked on. The music was composed by Kenji Ito, with various franchise references contributed by Nobuo Uematsu. It followed the plight of an imprisoned gladiator who thirsted for revenge after learning of an evil plot hatched between the Dark Lord and the wizard Julius. A look at Adventure's interface might inspire thoughts of another overhead sword and shield action-based...
Yo, I'm starting to get bored. I cannot believe we have not caught a Gamma yet. I'm starting to get bored of this. I might do something different, guys. I might do something different. Might do something different. I think I want to play another game. I think I'm done with Loomian Legacy. How can we turn a different game into something Alright, I got an idea. So, there's this card game on Final Fantasy VIII called Triple Triad, and I feel like playing that card game. So how about every time I lose a card game, I give away a shiny Loomian. Every time I lose a card game, I give away a Gleam on Loomian Legacy. And that will probably be a lot of Gleams. Yo, so every time I lose or die, every time I die, I will give away a Gleam in Loomian Legacy. Or every time I lose a card game. So anytime I die in Final Fantasy VIII, I'll give away a Gleam in Loomian Legacy. Or anytime I lose a card game. Okay, so anytime I die in Final Fantasy VIII, I give away a Gleam. Or anytime I lose a card game, I give away a Gleam. Let's do it. Yeah, that's cool. Let me do that real fast. Yeah, I'll turn on my webcam. No problem. Alright. Yeah, that's fine. Yeah, so anytime I die, I'll give away a Gleam in Loomian Legacy. Yep. I thought I was going to die, guys. I thought I was going to die. Yo, Jack, are you over there coughing, bro? Yo, I was about to give away a gamma if I would have died right there. If I would have died, I would have given away a gamma. Now I can finally start playing the card game.